welcome to another stream. How about that? Bet you didn't expect that shit to happen. Welcome. How are you all doing today? Welcome. Hello, yet another very good Mr. Botcom, Cross 94, hello, BG, Squad 1K, Sintus, oh my god, 9, who else, no, are you before the bed? Hello, really glad to see you all today. Welcome. Columbetka, hello. Didn't expect preparations. You never expect the shit coming. Aaron6969, hello. So today is Saturday, and that means today, according to the schedule, we are supposed to be doing game development, but I didn't feel like doing game development today, so I decided to continue developing my build system in C. Are you drunk by any chance? No, I don't drink at all. Sorry, Adnan. Press Komsai, hello, welcome to the stream. So, yesu. I don't know, sometimes it's one of those days when I don't really want to follow the schedule and I just want to develop like whatever. And yeah, today I just want to develop my build system. Have you ever considered checking out the V programming language? I actually checked it out when it was at the peak of its hype. And it was not impressed. It was too overhyped. It's more overhyped. At least it was more overhyped than Rust overhyped today. So, yeah, that's my opinion. But I haven't checked it since then, so maybe it improved. Maybe it did not. I don't know. It's one of those yet another languages that are trying to kill C and C++. We have hundreds of them. Yet another C/C++ killer, am I right? We need more of them. So many languages try to kill C, C++. Doesn't really go very well. Alright. Anyways. So let's pour a cup of tea and let's start working on our build system. So our build system is sort of like unique in a sense. You are writing your build recipes or build scripts, well, even though it's not really correct to call them scripts. So Ivanhoe actually suggested a better way of naming them. He suggested to call them recipes, and I think yeah, I think it's a good name for this kind of things. You're writing your build recipes in C. Right, so building recipe is literally a C program that you're supposed to compile. Right, you compile your build recipe, and then you run the program and it builds your entire project. So first you do a very simple bootstrap of the build system, building like the root executable that needs to that will start building everything else, and then you just run it and the whole project just brings everything to life. And the cool thing about this build system, you may think like, why the fuck would you do something like that, is because that build system doesn't need anything but a C compiler. It doesn't need make, it doesn't need CMake, it doesn't need Visual Studio. Well, I mean, on Windows you still need Visual Studio to have a compiler, but I mean, that's a different topic. You don't need shell, you don't need PowerShell, CMD, ZSH, like you don't need anything, you just need a C compiler. So the amount of dependencies is actually like brought down to like one, a C compiler. So yeah, that's kind of the point of this project. I'm not sure how good of an idea that is. I'm still in the phase of researching, and I'm already using this build system for BM, for a virtual machine. So, and today I want you to continue developing it. So let's take a look at that. How about that? I bet you didn't expect that shit as well. I'm such an unpredictable streamer, am I right? Should stop. Okay, so what do we have here? You can find the source code. I think I already provided the link here, so it's called no build. Git check out Musta and fetch origin. Okay. Git merge origin. So yes, I'm a very random person. Okay, so I deleted something. I'm not sure what exactly I deleted there. Let me take a look at the commits. Oh, prepare for the next release, I see. Okay, so let me remove the executable. So the build recipe for this specific project, for the no build itself, looks like this. So essentially, in examples folder, we have a bunch of examples on how to use the library and how to use this library. And what we do, we iterate through all of the files within the examples folder, and each file that ends with .c, we build it and we run it. And each file that ends with .c also uses NoBuild library to demonstrate different features of the NoBuild building system. Okay, so to bootstrap the entire build system, what you do, you just build it like that. Like, you don't have to provide anything special, you don't have to provide any fancy flags or anything, just build it. Just build it. Just build it. And then you run this entire thing and it builds everything else and it runs everything else and the whole project brings to life. That's how it's supposed to work, at least. So, yeah. So it just demonstrates different things, like for example, you have string manipulations, easy string manipulations. You can remove folders, add folders. You can traverse files and folders recursively. You can log things around. You can iterate through arrays, and like you can do all sorts of things. We need just build compiler. Are you a wizard? Yes. I'm a wizard, Harry. A hairy wizard. I'm not a hairy wizard anymore, but I'm a wizard nonetheless. Yes, exactly, I'm course 94. Just beat it, gotcha hyper. Alright, so what I wanted to develop today. Let's open the Chromium and let's go to the NoBuild. It's a little bit hot in here for some reason, I don't know. What's the weather today in Novosibirsk? Hey wizard. Wait, my bot is dead. Pepega Club. Novosibirsk. Okay, it's -20. Yeah, it's pretty warm today, not gonna lie. That's why I'm wearing a t-shirt today. Still dead, just like myself. Anyway. So today I wanted to explore the ways to do pipes and redirections. So right now, to run a program in NoBuild, you have to invoke cmd command. And by the way, it works on both Windows and Linux, right? It's just on Linux and Windows it uses different mechanisms of the operating system. But we need to be able to redirect the outputs of the command to other commands or maybe to files. So this is like a draft of the syntax, the draft of the design. And yeah, it would be kind of cool to have it like that. So you have a bunch of commands, you can chain them together and also maybe redirect to files, maybe redirect from files. And this is what I want to try to implement today. And once we have that, I think our build tool will be as powerful as Shell maybe. Pipes, just call a plumber. Yeah. So guys, think about this feature. Isn't that exciting feature? Look at how excited I am. Holy shit, I'm gonna fucking explode. That's how excited I am. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Anyways, so sorry. Implosion. Okay, yeah, let's create a separate branch, and the branch is gonna be called 5. So obviously this thing has this thing looks like a macro, but I think I'm gonna develop it not in a sense of a macro. Right, I'm not gonna develop it not in the sense of a macro. First, I'm gonna develop a function behind that macro. Right, so now let me define that function somewhere here. So it's going to be a private function. So the private functions in our library, they have a prefix nobuild __, right? And I can do something like nobuild __. I'm going to call it pipe. For some reason, my Emacs is very slow right now. I don't know why. So yeah, and it's going to have as an arguments these values. It is going to have in or cmd or something else out, and we need to be able to accept them. But again, you cannot have variadics in C without at least one first argument. So we're gonna use the usual trick where we have like a dummy argument that we're gonna ignore, right? And the rest of the stuff is gonna be variadic stuff. Right, so this is the function that we'll have to implement, and what this function will do, it will just chain things together, hopefully, we'll see. Which book do you recommend in C and which in C++? I don't know, I don't read books, so I cannot recommend a book that I never read, so I'm sorry. So. I actually don't learn things. Essentially, how I program in C and C++. I Google how to do this thing, right? I Google how to do this thing, then I find an answer on Stack Overflow, and there's usually like a piece of code. I select that piece of code and I just literally copy paste it into my code. That way I don't have to learn any language, and that way I don't have to know anything. That's why I never read books, and since I don't read books, I cannot recommend you anything. SA6 LE, I'm really sorry. So yeah. You can try that technique as well, by the way. Maybe it will work for you as well. Hey, Hudson Plots, thank you so much for 11 months of tier 1 subscription. Thank you, and welcome to our epic Stack Overflow club. Dab, epic. Why can't you just have all variadics? Because of the functions VA start. Because of the function VA start. So VA start, you have to call VA start on a variadic argument list before you're gonna use variadic argument list. And what's interesting is that it requires the parameter after which the variadic arguments start. So, but what if you don't have that parameter? You have nothing to provide to this function. So, according to my observations, like it's impossible to have a variadic function that doesn't have at least one argument. You can have variadic macros that have zero like optional arguments, but variadic macros are from a different language. They are from a language of C preprocessor. They're not from C, so it's a different language. So when we're talking about C, in C it's not really possible. And that's why I quite often just wrap my variadic functions in C into the C preprocessor variadic macro. So, and quite often like I do this following trick where I just provide a random value as the first argument, and then I indicate the end of the variadic arguments. So that's what you have to do in C. Hey, I've been following your channel from Russia for a long time. Same, I've been following my channel from Russia for like since the beginning, believe it or not. So your work inspires me as a novice programmer. I wish you success on your way and new interesting ideas. Thank you. I'm not sure if I will be successful, but thank you, I guess. Thank you so much for warm words. Do you know anything about ZSH/Linux config? Sorry, I use Windows. I'm not a Linux person, so yeah, I don't know how to use Linux. I'm sorry. So yeah, somebody in the chat can help you. She's tendency to require 5 languages to build one app that starts up with the macro. That's a good observation, by the way, Kashay. Hello. Yeah. So the fact that C preprocessor is a separate language is just so fucking annoying. That's why in Bosom, the translation directives are not from a separate language. They're from the same language. That's right. That is right. Cool. Anyway, but here's the thing. We need to be able to distinguish between a command, right? A command here, and a redirection from and to a file, right? So we need to distinguish between in, CMD, and out somehow. So to do that, I suppose we'll have to introduce like enumeration. So pipe, we're gonna call it pipe argument, right? And the pipe argument could be something like, oh, and of course, since it's C, you have to do type def like that. Enum. Let's get that damn num spam. Okay. So we're gonna have a pipe arg in, out, and pipe arg cmd. So this has to be like a type, I think. Pipe arg type. So we have pipe arg in, pipe arg out, pipe arg cmd. Nam. All right. So, and then we're going to introduce a struct that actually utilizes all that. So it's going to be pipe arg type. It's going to be a type. And then it's going to be called a pipe arg. And here it will depend on what exactly we want here. So this one is kind of interesting, right? So in case of CMD, right, let's imagine that this is a CMD, right? This is a CMD, and that means we need to store an array of the command line arguments, right? So let's call it args. I think also the easiest, the proper way would be to put a constant here. So is there something like cdecal, like an online cdecal? Yeah, this one, C gibberish to English. Essentially, okay, I want to check and confirm that this type is the thing I think it does. Okay, show what it is. Syntax error. Thank you very much. Okay, can I define it as a variable then? Declare x as a pointer to const pointer to const char. Okay. As a pointer to const pointer to const char. All right. So you can probably add additional constant here, right? As a const pointer to const pointer to const char. Yes. So this is a const pointer to const pointer to const char. Maybe it's like the char itself doesn't really have to be const, I think. Maybe that's what I need to do. As a const pointer to char. Maybe. Still not sure, but I'm gonna accept it. Classic C, am I right? Classic C. You see, that's why I don't read any books on C, because like, yeah, you won't have an opportunity to use cdecal, which is absolutely beautiful. Anyway, so this could be something like, let's actually define it like that, whatever. And we also need to keep track of the size of this thing, I think. Size of this thing, I think. That's taking 3-star developer to the next step, yeah. Do I want to know the size? Probably not. I probably don't want to know the size because it should be like null-terminated. And yeah. So essentially the idea, so you need this as an array for CMD. But if the pipe argument is in or out, it could be an array of a single argument. So you just look at this at the first argument, and that's pretty much it. All right, and we need to be able to construct such arguments, right? Let's see how we can do that. Make pipe arg. So it's going to be pipe arg type, so we accept the type, and also we need to accept the arguments themselves. So this is probably going to be something like const char args. Maybe it's going to be like this. Yeah. So this is what we're going to have here. Anaboss, what's up? What's up, Anabosu? Welcome. So yes, let's implement this function. So this function should construct this thing. Yeah. Okay. So I also want to do something like assert false, or maybe 0. No build is not implemented. Might as well actually put it to do here. Yeah. Cool. Now, what I need to do, I need to figure out how many arguments do we even have there, right? So I'm going to define VA list args, and I have a special macro called for each VA args, which is quite convenient. Look at that. It takes the parameter after which the variadic arguments start, so it's a type, then the name of a signal argument, then the name of the variadic argument, and then you provide the body, which will be called for each argument in there. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4. And what we're essentially doing here, we're just counting the amount of arguments. So we need to do that because we need to allocate enough memory for all of this shit. So it's going to be count plus 1. There we go. And yeah, now we have enough information to allocate an array of arguments. So we're going to do something like malloc, size of const char multiply by count, and there we go. So that gives us the args in here, but I think we're gonna do it slightly differently. So we're gonna have pipe arg result, which is 0 initialized. Not really 0 initialized, we can already initialize its type, right? So there's nothing wrong with that. And furthermore, this thing probably should return pipe arg, right? And after that, we're gonna just return the result. Alright, so the memory management philosophy of this library is let it leak, let it leak, let it leak, oh let it leak. Memory costs nothing, let it leak. And so essentially, if at some point our build system is going to be so complex that at some point you need to clean up the memory periodically, we will implement our custom like a region-based memory allocator, and we're gonna replace all these malloc calls to that memory allocator, right? And then we're gonna expose a function that will let the user that writes the recipes to periodically clean up the memory. So you'll be able to have like a long-running builds that periodically reuse the memory that they allocated. So I'm actually like planning a little bit ahead. But yeah, maybe we're gonna implement this arena, like a region-based arena today. It's actually pretty easy. Basically garbage collector. Yeah, it's basically garbage collector, but the one that you trigger manually. And also, it's not automatically detects what is a garbage. It's up to you to decide. Basically, you finished the phase of the build, and you know that everything that was allocated in that phase of the build is never going to be needed for you. So you just remove everything simultaneously. Something like that. So it's not really garbage collector, it's like it doesn't detect what is a garbage. So we have to be a little bit careful. You can trigger manual GC in most of the languages though. Oh, yeah, sure. But in most of the languages where you have garbage collectors can mark something as a garbage. In this case, we don't mark anything as garbage. We just assume that everything that you allocated is a garbage, and you know that. Which in the majority of the situations is probably true. Everything programmers allocate is a garbage. Anyway. Hello, Bigot6969. It's not really UGC, it's just malloc and free. Yeah, sure, but in case of the arena, it depends on how arena is implemented. When you clean up the arena may not necessarily call free. It will just reset its counters and just reuse the memory that it already allocated. Because the classical region-based arena, right, region-based allocator, right? The classical one, and there is like this, in the Wikipedia you can find a paper on it, and it's actually a very interesting paper, I really recommend to read it. The region-based allocator is implemented as a linked list of huge chunks of memory. So yeah, so you allocate huge chunks of memory and you connect them with links, and essentially cleaning up the arena is just iterating through this linked list and setting size of allocated memory in each chunk to 0, and it's actually a pretty fast operation. Since the chunks are very big, you don't have too many of them, right? So you, for example, can say that one chunk is going to be gigabyte of memory. So, and if you have like 8 gigabytes of memory, so you're probably not going to have more than 8 chunks. It's really rough estimation. Interface functions like arena alloc and read. Oh yeah, so it's essentially alloc. But free is going to deallocate literally everything at once. Just poof, poof, poof. Okay. Now, so we allocate this thing here, and in the result is going to be arg. Okay. But we have to do +1 because we also need to accommodate the null terminator and whatnot. So after that, after we allocated everything, I want to iterate through variadic arguments one more time and just do the following thing. I can even reset count to 0, and what we're gonna have here, result args result args count ++ equal arg. And then we're gonna set the last one to null. There we go. So we managed to construct a pipe argument. It's pretty cool. Now, once we have this function, I'm not even sure if it compiles or not. We'll see. No build. Maybe I'm gonna rebuild everything every time. No build.c, and just run it. And it doesn't compile. Yay! It doesn't compile. Why are you not compile? Okay, so this is because it's not visible. Let's actually move this kind of stuff after the type declaration. Okay, so conflicting types. So in the original thingy, oh yeah, I don't return in the original thingy. Yeah, the arguments. I don't return the arguments, so that's why it doesn't want to compile. And now it compiles. Now it compiles. Absolutely beautiful. So now I want to have a bunch of macros that will let me, you know, just create this entire stuff for me. So it's going to be in, and it's going to be, I guess, path, right? So you're going to accept the path. And it's just no build, make arg, pipe arg in, and you just put the path in here and you end it with null, right? So the same goes with out, right? The same goes with out, and we need to have CMD, but CMD is already taken for the command line arguments. So maybe I'm gonna actually have something like how to call this? In, out. Let's call it chain, right? And it's gonna be a CMD. And the way you construct that, oh yeah, so it's not gonna be CMD, it's gonna be ... Yeah. So no build argument is gonna be pipe arg CMD. Maybe because of that it should be called chain. Hello, what's up? What's up? Hello. How are you doing? Welcome. VA arg null. All right. Okay, cool. So now we essentially have a type information about the argument that no build pipe can use and extract the appropriate information. It can distinguish between in arguments, out arguments, chain arguments, and so on and so forth. So also this, I think this has to be args. Cool. So let me go to pipe, and maybe I also gonna actually define like a pipe thing in here, right? And essentially it's gonna be no build pipe, 69 because it's going to be ignored anyway. VA args and null. There we go. It's pretty cool. If I do not know hello, it usually triggers the warnings of the compilers about something about types. Alright, so now I'm gonna try to do for each VA args, VA list, because I have a lot of strict warnings, right? So that's why I don't do this kind of stuff. So this is gonna be ignore args. And here we should be able to now, oh shit. So, and here's the problem. For each args, assumes type const char, and now we need to assume a different type. Shit. And what's interesting is that this for each VA arg is a part of the public interface, so I cannot just easily change it. I just can't change it that easily. So that means we'll have to deprecate it, or maybe not. Yeah, so in any case, I'll have to implement another one here. So because I don't want to like introduce backward incompatible changes without deprecating things properly, and you know, stuff like that. So usually if I need to do backward incompatible changes, I just deprecate old functions, and then after they were deprecated, there will be a measure release where I remove everything that was deprecated. So essentially the same approach as in AIDS. Right, so for each VA args, and you're going to be able to specify the types. Okay. Yeah, so it's gonna accept the type. So I think the type should be accepted like after arg here, right? So we have a parameter, type of the argument, then the name of the argument, then the argument, then the body. So you need 5 parameters. So it's not 1.0 yet. You can break as much. Who said that? I don't understand. Oh, it's probably written in Simver, but my interpretation in Simver is slightly different. Alright, so let me put it like this. So this is the type, and we're gonna put this thingy here. And then... so this is the type. And... oh shit. Why am I so sleepy today? I have no idea. Cool. But on top of that, I want to deprecate this thing. Alright. So this is how we're going to deprecate this entire stuff. It's going to be warn, where we're going to say for each VA args. So I have a deprecation message. Okay, deprecate it. So this is how you do that. Alright. So basically every time you're going to try to use this thing, it's going to scream at you with caps. Right, it's literally going to scream at you in caps. Don't fucking use this function, mate. The fuck are you doing? The fuck? I'm sorry. Deprecate it. Please don't use for each VA args param something something. Please use, and we're gonna provide this thing. Use instead. Maybe, yeah, do I have to provide for each VA args? Will be removed on the next major release. I have no idea why I'm here. Same. Believe it or not, I have no idea why I'm here as well. But are people going to get mad at me? Of course, it's the internet, right? So no matter what you do on the internet, people are gonna get mad at you. If I ask, what do I begin learning in 2021? A programming language. I guess in 2021, the safest bet would be to start learning maybe Python and JavaScript if you don't know programming at all. So that probably can be the safest bet. So at least that shit will get you a job. The question is for how long you will be able to maintain that job. Probably not for too long, maybe for 5 years, or maybe for 10 if you're lucky. But yeah, so something like Python and JavaScript should be arrive for 2021 for absolute beginner. Just couldn't slip June 4chan. I'm pretty sure 4chan gives better advices than Sodding channel. Come on, seriously. Let's be honest. I'm pretty sure, exactly. So, thank you, Mr. Turi, for you're welcome. You're welcome. It just depends on what you want, right? So, do you want to just quickly get a job at software development? Well, Python and JavaScript. If you really want to get deeper into software development, into programming, just learning these things probably not going to be enough, but it depends on what kind of person you are. Okay, so what do we got? Deprecated, please do not use for each. Use for each. Is listing arguments here too much? Because I think it will make the message too noisy. So let's actually put it like this, right? So I think it will make the message less noisy. Yeah. VARs. Okay. Why not omit completely? Because I want to indicate that this argument, this thing takes an argument. Yeah, I want to indicate that it takes an argument. Yes. Alright, so let's try to build this entire stuff, and it doesn't build because why? I forgot the semicolon. I see. That explains it. And there we go. This is kind of explosion you're gonna get. Right, so the thing now is that this macro is used within the standard library as well. Not the standard library, but no build library as well. This is essentially what you get. And I think it's a pretty good deprecation message, right? It's just like slaps you right in the face, right? You have a deprecated shit. Yeah, so you have to fix it. My advice is to not take life advice from Twitch chat. Well, some people have to learn that the hard way, I suppose. Okay. So right now it, screams with these messages because we're using it within no-build.h as well. Right. So we need to basically migrate the internal usage of this thing to the type 1 too. Okay, so this is going to be type, and this type is const char. So far, they're const chars. I wonder if I can even have some sort of a magic replacement shit. So we want to... Okay, so I want to capture this thingy. So here is the sep, and what this thing is going to be, this is going to be something like this. Okay. We're query replacing this thingy with a type, and then this thing, and then const char, like this. Okay, this is not what I want, but this is what I want. Did it work? I think it worked, kinda. Yes. No, it didn't fucking work. What the fuck? Okay, so query replace. What the fuck did I do wrong with my life? why can't I? Oh my god. I cannot. Oh yeah, there we go. So now it works. So essentially, I think I'm gonna do something like this: AZ underscore. Yeah. This now works. So I'm gonna slowly go through all of this shite, and now here, yeah, and also here. So I like C# as starting language. What about C# as a stopping language? I'm sorry. It's a good compromise between low and high level. Okay. It force feed you OOP at first, but whatever. You may just ignore and start doing basic shit, okay? Like Christmas trees on the console. Okay. C# is good for Christmas trees on my console. Okay, I'll keep that. I'll take a note on that. Thank you so much. Nice. Can your C++ do that? Can you C++? I don't think so. You need C#. All right. Cool. Let me see. You see, this shit is less noisy now, right? Because within the standard library, we don't use it anymore, right? But it still has a deprecation here because we use for each VA arg in our examples, right? So that means I'll have to do it like that. So it's gonna be for each. For each. Yeah, it has to be a type. It's const char like this. I know my C++. No, it's my C++, okay? It's my C++. Sorry. It's our C++. Okay, I see. All right, do we have any deprecation shit? No, we don't. Okay, the time has come to update the changelog. Chat, look, I'm a big developer now. I maintain a changelog. So we're getting ready for a 0.3.0 release, and we're gonna have a section deprecations, right? Right. When colored output for warnings and errors? Never. I will see actually. Maybe I'll introduce that at some point. I haven't decided yet because but that right now it's not a priority. Right now it's not a priority. So for each VA args, right? For each VA args is deprecated. Use type instead. Cool. So what else did we introduce so far? Well, I didn't introduce anything so far, so this is one of the things that we just deprecated. Привет!
Привет!
Thank you so much for 8 months of a tier 1 subscription. Thank you, and welcome to our Key Comrade Club. Hello. So, and what do we got? Yes. So I think I want to commit it as a separate thing. So we introduced a new macro and we deprecated the previous one. I'm not gonna commit that shite yet, but I'm definitely gonna be committing the migration to the new macro. My goodness gracious. Okay. I guess that's it. And also I wanna upgrade this thing and also this thing. CPP, Rust, Go. What do you recommend for someone getting into experienced web dev who wants to get into SimStim stuff? Define system stuff, I suppose. What is the system stuff? I swear to God, 4chan literally gives better advices than this channel. So 5. Deprecate, replace, deprecate for each vargs and replace it with for each type. I'm gonna push that right into the repo. 4chan only tells you to install Gentoo, which already a better advice than what we give. But anyway, Rust if you wanna suffer. I don't know. Like, I guess Rust imposes suffering on experienced C++ developers usually. Like new kind of developers usually don't suffer from Rust because, I mean, programming, I don't know, they are considered that as an interesting journey, right? So they consider it like the adventures that the language throws at them, so they kind of like it. So I don't think, like, if you know nothing about programming, like, you're gonna suffer by using Rust. You will think that you're learning programming. Well, in fact, you're just learning to fight with Rust. But yeah. Go if you want to suffer a bit less, the same thing. C++ if you want to have slower compiles, depends on what exactly you're doing with C++. Yeah. Anyway, so let's continue. What do we have? In which of your projects you plan to use no build first? I already use it in BM. I literally already use it there. So as a matter of fact, I first implemented it as part of BM, right? I implemented it as part of BM and then I extracted it as a separate project. So now let me do. Rust is only painful if you're a bad programmer. Define bad programmer. Is a bad programmer somebody who suffers when programming in Rust? Well, okay, that's a circular definition. Is there a better definition? Okay. So there we go. I'm building BM. Yeah, exactly. It's a circular definition. It's a useless definition. So that means if you define it like that, it means nothing, literally. So you didn't really say anything. So you need a better definition of a bad programmer. Okay, so as you can see, I build the whole BM toolchain and all the examples using no build, right? And the recipe, no build recipe for this project. Well, that one is interesting. Oh, okay, so it was just a part of the experimentation. Okay. Cool. So this is the no build script. Been programming in Go for about 4 years now, not my whole programming career, and I'm loving it. Not sure what you mean when you say you'll only suffer a bit less in Go. Yeah, it depends on the definition of suffering, I suppose, yeah. Bad programmer is someone who only programs in X language and only uses Y editor and tells anyone else wrong than anything else. How does it have anything to do with Rust and difficulty of using Rust? It's like a completely unrelated things, so it's another bad definition. So this is just random definitions, just random words that don't really mean anything. Okay, so everything seems to be building, so let me go to no build. You ask the definition of bad, how is it unrelated? You don't understand the context, so... Yeah, we're talking about what Anaboth said before, that the only bad programmers suffer by using Rust, and you trying to get into the conversation without understanding previous context, so congratulations. Well, by the way, I think I need to make a cup of tea. So I'm just gonna go to the kitchen and quickly boil up some water. Don't go anywhere, because I'm gonna be back and we're gonna rant more about programming languages and editors, because that's what we call programming these days, right? Ranting about languages and editors. Not writing any code, only ranting. That's what we call programming. Anyway, don't go anywhere, or you are gonna miss everything interesting. Oh, that's a good point. Thank you so much. Yeah. Compiler won't tell me, by the way. Yeah, just a second. Yeah, I think I forgot to enable the warnings for all of this shit. Yeah, I should start enabling warnings and stuff. Okay. So, and furthermore, by the way, I think I'm going to also enable warnings in here. So we're going to define C flags, W all, W extra. Do we need to have like std C11 and maybe pedantic? I think should be okay. What do you guys think? Everything? We don't have everything. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Cool. Yesu. SFMT undeclared. First use this in the function. Did you... Huh. How did it work then? It somehow worked. But okay. Maybe this is because of the pedantic. It could be because of the pedantic. So yeah. So maybe I need to take a look at the stat. Okay, do I need to include anything special for me to be able to use that? So we have types, we have a stat, we have unistd. Maybe I need to include the fcntl. Maybe that's what I need to do. Strange. Okay. Yes, it is what it is, exactly. So, where this thing is defined and why did it work before? It's really strange. What is ifmt in Unix system? I didn't have it. Okay, so my water has boiled. I'm gonna quickly pour some water for my tea. What's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome back. To back. So let me try to disable. Like, I don't quite understand why. Maybe this is because of the pedantic. It could be because of the pedantic or something. No. Like, all of a sudden, this just stopped working? Really? This is because of STDC11. How does that make any sense? Excuse me. C11. It's a fucking thing. Holy shit. Modern POSIX compliant systems are required to provide SFD. The only version of POSIX that does not require this, which appears to be the standard on your machine. In any case, every POSIX compliant system provides macros that allow you to check this macros equivalent. So, okay, instead of just write is reg. Okay. Huh. Put either BSD source or X open source before any include on your source code to see why this works. Look right. Okay. Let me actually put it X open source then. Where are my includes for Linux? Yeah, there we go. Let's actually put everything here. So maybe that will do the trick. It didn't. What about BSD source? Huh. So one way we can fix that is probably by using isreg. Okay. Can I do isdir? Should be able to do it on that. Oh shit, it worked. Alright. So now it works, and yeah, I can probably fix this kind of stuff. Alright. So also want to fix that stuff. Cool. I think I fixed all of the warnings as well here. Everything seems to be working correctly, which is super nice. So I don't think I need this stuff then, right? Because now it just works. All right, let's actually commit all of the warning stuff that we went through. You know what would be even cooler? To maybe look at the variable cc and choose between different compilers on Linux and be able to build, for example, with Clang and whatnot. So on Linux you can use something like getenv, I think. Right, getenv. So it gets the variable, and I think it returns null if there is no such variable, which is actually perfect. So essentially here what we can do is const char cc get env cc. Right. And if cc equal null, it's going to be equal to just cc. Yeah. It's like your mom telling you to get off your ass and exercise and you hate it, but you know she's right in 5 years and end up sitting in front of a computer all day with a dried slice of pizza watching Sodding. Thank you for telling me that. I really appreciate it. Alright. So this is essentially how we're gonna do all of that. Right. So it's gonna be clang. Also, maybe I should be able to provide the C flags via the variable, but I'm not 100% sure. Alright, so we can do a CC, but at any point you can also do something like CC clang, and it didn't work. Oh yeah, so now you can actually customize this thing. This is actually cool. Oh shit, I like that. Yeah, so it uses CC variable, but unfortunately there is no way to, like for me, easily to get like a default value and whatnot. Oh, which is okay, I suppose. Yeah. So something like Elvis operator would be actually kind of cool, I think. See what I mean? See what I mean? But it's not a thing in C. Right. Or maybe it is. I don't know. Cool. So let's pour a cup of tea. Oh, what's up, Sermon? Hello. Very glad to see you. Is everything okay in the chat? Are you guys not fighting? Hopefully you're not fighting. Alright. So I also want to double check this guy. Everything okay? Okay, sure. Here's the CC, and I will just do CL. I want to commit that. I do want to commit that. I don't want to commit that. I do want to commit that. The no build project made me think of this recreation of Casey. Do you feel the same about building projects? So is there like a hot take from Casey? I'm not as experienced in C project as Casey himself, but let's take a look at the hot take from Casey. Unfortunately, Twitch is very slow, and you submitted a link that actually includes the whole interface, which makes it experience even slower. So thank you so much.
And like, why isn't this the build instructions?
What?
I mean, what's...
I cannot see.
Why isn't this the build instructions? I mean, what's...
I see. Well, it's hard to disagree with that, so I do agree with that. Considering that I have zero context, right, on what's going on, Yeah, I do agree with that. So is that what you wanted to hear? But I don't know the full context of what's going on. So yeah, it's like everyone dislikes following huge documents of instruction, and everyone likes to just type a single command in console, right? Everyone dislikes bad things, and everyone likes good things. I do agree with that. I also dislike bad things, and I like good things. Here's my hot take for you. Cheers. He was trying to rebuild OBS because it broke? I see. On Windows, right? On Windows. Are you building NOS? No, I already built it. Okay, so so I want to also commit that. So I'm trying to understand the issue, trying to scratch. Check out the README of the project. Like, I literally put all of the information into the README, and is it not enough to understand what I'm trying to achieve with this project? Like, I put everything there. So if there's something unclear in a README, you can submit an issue saying that, bruh, why the fuck you're doing it? Your README is shit and doesn't explain. So, and then we can discuss that, I suppose. Okay. Typically, Casey doesn't understand Linux tools and complains about them. No, he's like a classical Windows user. He wants to click with mouse, I suppose. Fair enough. If that's something he got used to, so I can see why he would complain about that. But at the same time, he wanted like a single command as well. So he didn't want the mouse. I know. I like to click on things with the mouse. Sometimes I like to click on things with this thing. This is a tablet. Right. Enable many warning flags, and fix the problems. Discovered by them. Cool. Let's push that right into the repo. I want the build button in the console. I like when things just work. It's nice. I completely agree with you. Bad things are bad. Good things are good. Totally agree. I cannot disagree with that. So it's kind of hard to do that. So did I push everything? I guess I did. So how many changes we already made so far? We duplicated this thing, enable many warnings. I would like to take a look at the thing in here. Thank you to come to my TED Talk. Yes. Okay, seems to be working. What about this one? I want to take a look at GCC. So does it even use GCC? I think it's using GCC. I cannot see it using GCC though. Are you really using it? Oh yeah, so it's CC. In case of Clang, Eh. Where is the build? Oh shit. But I fixed that, didn't I? I fixed that. Okay, I think I'm looking at the wrong build. What the fuck? Oh yes, I am looking at the wrong build because I was in a different branch. Okay, that explains everything. Alright, I'm sorry. Oh shit, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Our daddy told us not to be ashamed of our builds. Especially if they're green and all. You know. Stuff. So sorry. Okay, here's the GCC. Clang. Yeah, I see that. Daddy gave me good advice. Okay. CL.exe. Alright, everything seems to be okie dokie karaoke. So let's go back and implement this shit. So yeah, we're iterating through the pipes. Right, we're iterating through the pipes. And instead of iterating through const chars, we're iterating through pipe arg. Right, so this is a pipe arg. And in a pipe arg, you can just take a look at its type, right? So, and it has a type, and we can probably print it. It's going to be something like info. And you know what I want to do? I want to do something like pipe arg as sister, right? Pipe arg as sister, and it's probably going to be something like internal, right? Yeah, no build. It's going to be internal, and it could be like this. Cool. So right now this thing is gonna just iterate through all of the arguments and print their types. We're gonna do that to troubleshoot any potential problems there. Okayga. So we're gonna accept pipe arg type, and it's gonna return const char. There we go. It's pretty long names, but they are private names, so the user will never see them. What's up, Forsenlul? Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? A good fucking morning. Okay, so let me put this thing here. Actual Forsen, yes. Real PogChamp. So let's actually do it the following way. Can I? Yeah, I can select everything. So, and also, in the case of a default, I have to do assert. Unreachable, and then just return null. Cool. Should work now, hopefully. Doesn't work. Oh shit. I did another interesting fucky wacky with my thing. With my ducky. It sounds horrible. Fucky wacky with my... Okay, let's make a small break. What the fuck? I'm so sorry. Small break. Alright, let's make a small break. You guys have fun. Hey chat, stupid question. Why not just include the source code of Make or CMake or Bash, which is also buildable with C to build the project? Do you know how much stuff you need to have to build them in the first place? All right. Cool. Let's continue. So we did a fucky wacky. So essentially, we don't really know how to terminate things. Which kind of brings me to an interesting point that probably, you have to organize that variadic loop yourself then. Doesn't really make anything. Luckily, we don't release things right away, right? So I usually accumulate some changes before an actual release, so it's not that big of a deal. So I think I should start doing the same thing in AIDS, because I made a mistake, but since I'm not releasing that yet, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, so this thing is not particularly useful. I'll have to do everything myself. And how are we gonna indicate the end, by the way, in pipargs? We might actually do something like pipe arg end, and it's gonna be automatically 0. Right, it's gonna be automatically 0, and we're gonna use it as the end of the thing. Do you stream full time? No, I stream only for 4 hours a day, usually. Oh, speaking of better solutions than implementing no build, why not just program in JavaScript? That way you don't even have to build anything, right? It's a scripting language. So I think it's an even better solution, like, seriously. Why downloading Make or building Make at all? Just use JavaScript, like you just don't need to build it. But you need NPM. But it comes with the JavaScript, so yeah. So just use JavaScript. I think it's a better solution. So, and what we will have to do in here is going to be VA list, and it's going to be VA start, args ignore, and then VA end args. Alright, so VA, I forgot, I think it's arg, and we provide the argument list, so the arg, and the type is going to be pipe arg. Here is the type. And that should return us the pipe arg, like this, and while arg type is not equal pipe arg end, we're gonna keep doing this shit. We're gonna keep doing this shite. And I'm gonna just put everything there, and then we'll just put everything there. How about that? Hello, hopefully I'm not late. You're not late? Welcome! Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're on the stream for 1.5 hours, so you're definitely not late. What are we scripting? I don't know. Build. That's what we're doing. We're scripting the build. So now let me test all of this. I think I'm gonna have a separate example for piping, right? So it's gonna be pipe C, and in here we're gonna just include no build.h, and of course we need to not J. We're not using J programming language. We're using H programming language. By the way, is there something like H programming language? That would be actually kind of funny. Yeah, I mean, there is a programming language for each letter of the English alphabet, so... It's a proprietary procedural programming language created by NSC based on COBOL. Holy shit. I regret Googling that, but okay. The first compiler was developed on August 62. It's older than C. Holy fucking shit. It's old. Well, I mean, if it's based on COBOL, it's probably older than C. C, for those who doesn't know, is from 1970, right? So anything before is older than C. Okay. No build implementation. Okay. B-Lang was created by Dennis Ritchie. It's also older than B. Yeah, it's also older than B. I wonder if there's like any working B compilers. B compiler download. It's SourceForge, by the way. Bcomp. B compiler is a tool able to parse B models. It's something different. Does anyone have a working B compiler? Yeah. Cool. Prompted by the question, there is now a B compiler available from here. Holy shit. Oh fuck. What is it? It's written on BlitzMax? BlitzMax? What the fuck is this language? Blitz... Programming language dialect of the first Blitz compiler. Basic. How do you fucking build it on my machine? Download for Linux. How do I build it for Linux though? It's written in BlitzMax, pre-build, BlitzMax binaries. Okay, let's take a look at this shit. Okay, I'm gonna fucking download this stuff. Okay. Third party, git clone. Alright, let's see how easy or difficult it is to build this shit. Alright. So, apt search blitz. So, do we have a BlitzMax? Probably not. Okay. The compiler outputs cast assembly and assumes the existing... it doesn't even produce as executable, it just outputs assembly. Just like Bosom. Yeah. Yeah, you have to call it yourself. The language provided by the compiler falls as close as possible to the one described in the document mentioned above. So it's basically a recreation of the B compiler. It's probably not that interesting. But holy shit. Okay, BlitzMax. Never heard of BlitzMax. And I can download it. I think it's a dead end. I'm not gonna go in there. Oh, there is this thing. I like doing things by myself, but why bother doing no build yourself when you can build Go projects with Go? But I have a project in C. You can build Zeek projects with Zeek, but I have projects in C. JS with JS, but I have a project in C. I think you need something in C because BM isn't exactly. So why C for BM and waste time with no build? Because the other languages are shit. So does that, you know, answer satisfy you? Hopefully it does. All right. BlitzMax, and it's written in C, so maybe we can build it as well. Installing. On Ubuntu Debian. Wait, what? You also have to run the bat scripts to build it on Linux? Now that's what I call cross-platform build. Look at that. Or requires 32-bit def libs. Holy shit. No, this is too huge of a rabbit hole, okay? I would love to actually go into that rabbit hole, build your own BlitzMax to build your own recreation of a B compiler. That would be kind of cool. And you know, after that, find some source code in B written by Thompson and Ricci, right? And just try to compile them and see if they still work or something. That would be actually super cool and interesting. But this is too much of a rabbit hole because it requires like 32-bit libs and whatnot. It's just like it's easy to recreate B compiler yourself, right? So. But the idea is interesting. The idea is interesting to actually go there and just like, you know, rebuild everything. And I'm not even sure if we can find any like historical programs in B. Yeah. Sometimes languages are truly dead, you know? Sometimes I'm joking that Ruby is dead. But this is a truly dead language. You can't even, you know, use it at all. It is what it is. And it isn't what it isn't. Okay. All right, let's continue. No. What I was doing? Oh yeah, I wanted to do a pipe thingy. Yes. Pipe in is going to be like this. It's going to be input txt. Then we're going to have a command. I think it has to be like a chain, right? And it's going to be something like cat. Then you can have more chains in there, right? Something like sort minus n, and then you can have something like output to output txt, right? So output txt, and there we go. So and let's see. If it will actually work, so if it will actually produce anything. I think it did. Look at that. Where's the pipe? Pipe? Yeah, here we go. So here's the example pipe, and yeah, it's passed these arguments correctly, right? It passed these arguments correctly. Another interesting thing would be nice to do is to actually print their like internal arguments and their internal strings just to see if it actually you know, can extract them and whatnot. I wonder how can we do that. Well, so we can do it like so. I can have const char iterate, right? Const char iterate, and I just take arg. What is it called? I think it's args, right? And while iter, while we have anything here, right, we're going to print that. So like this, and after that, I think I can just, you know, do it like that. Yeah, sounds good. But what's the end game of the no build? Have you looked at the source code? Like, have you read it? Like, I spent time writing all of this stuff and nobody reads it and keeps asking the same questions over and over again. Like, it's... Here it is. Did you read it? What is not clear from the description? Like, have you read the examples? Have you read the examples? The main example that builds everything, other examples. Have you tried to put any effort into understanding what the fuck am I doing? Or you just wanna, you know, distract me from my work? I think you didn't put, okay. If something is not clear in README, submit an issue telling me that my README is shit and I should feel bad and I should fix it and provide more information. So, yeah. I don't know. I read it, but I don't get it. Sorry, cool project though. What exactly you don't understand? Could you please be like more specific? What exactly? What is exactly not clear? Okay. So because I cannot understand anything without being more specific, it's like filing an issue the program doesn't work. Well, I mean, what's the output error? What did you try to do? Like, it's not helpful. Like, if you say that you didn't understand anything, like, it's not helpful. What exactly didn't you understand? Like, everything, like, okay. Do you know C or do you know programming? Maybe that's the reason. Or so we need to understand why exactly you don't understand, right? See? Just saying that you don't understand anything is not helpful for me to understand why exactly, like, and how can I improve documentation. So, see, it is what it is. If you can't explain why exactly you don't understand, well, maybe we should stop the conversation then. So, and move on. Because at any point you can just close this tab and yeah, just move on. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Okay. So let's continue. Let's continue. I understand it. I just don't understand why you're doing a no build. Ah! You don't understand why a build tool called a no build. Is that your question? Now we're talking. Okay, so the problem is not with understanding the philosophy. It's the problem. The name is confusing. Ah, you should have just tell me right away. Okay, it's just a marketing trick. It's just a marketing trick to start this conversation. You see? You see? It worked. It's like serverless technology. Right, serverless technology, but there is a server. Why is it called serverless exactly? Like there's literally servers right there. Why is it serverless? It's a marketing trick. That's what it is. It's like NoSQL. Okay. Thank you, by the way. So maybe I actually should mention the name. Serverless is such a dumb name, exactly. But I mean, I actually explained that. Before. The name serverless, by the way, is like sounds dumb because you're a programmer, right? And the name serverless was not designed to target programmers. It was designed to target managers. And that's why for you as a programmer, it doesn't make any sense. It is a feature. Seriously, it's not a bug, it's a feature. It shouldn't make sense to you. That's the whole point. So the way it works, right? So imagine you're being a programmer, just doing some things, and something doesn't work on your server. And then manager comes to you who doesn't know shit about programming, doesn't know shit about servers. They don't even know what server means. For them, it's just like a useless word that programmers keep repeating over and over again. And they come to you and ask when the feature is ready. And what do you answer? You answer something like, the server is broken, the server is hanging, the server, and the manager is thinking, I hate server. I don't know what server means. But I hate server because my fucking stupid programmers use the word server to justify their laziness all the time. I hate servers because this word lets my programmers to actually slack and not do any work. Okay, then they go on the internet and they just stumble upon an ad. Serverless technology. Oh shit, you can get rid of the server. Okay, no server, no complaining. Okay, we're buying that. I don't know what server means, but I know that programmers use that word to complain and not do any work. Okay, we're gonna get rid of the server. So this is how it works. And I'm not fucking joking. This is how managers' brain work. And the fact that you don't understand it, that means this marketing trick works as intended. It works as intended. You as a programmer, not supposed to understand it. It's not for you. So yeah. Programmers, yeah, exactly. MCore94. You now you understand how it works. Now you understand from where all these stupid words pop up. No code, codeless, no server, no programmers, right? So none of this shit makes any sense, but they buy it because from their perspective, that's the source of all of the problems. So Yeah, and here's the idea. The reason why I call it a no build is because majority of my problems comes from the build system. So to solve my problems, what I did, I got rid of the build, but I didn't get rid of the build. It's sort of like a multi-layer, like post-irony joke that takes like 5 minutes to explain, right? So it's like serverless solves the problem by getting rid of the server, but it doesn't. No code gets rid, like solves problem by getting rid of the code, but it doesn't. No build solves the problem by getting rid of the build, but it doesn't. So that's pretty much the point of the name. Alright, so, okay, thank you very much for actually pointing that out, that it's not clear why exactly it's called no build. So, yeah, I forgot to explain in the README. So at some point I'm actually gonna put more information to the README to clarify this. I'm building a new platform called Codeless. Basically, you don't have to code anymore, yeah. So, okay, go. Very cool. So what I was doing? Okay. How to clip that? You don't really clip that because I'm gonna upload this video on the YouTube, so on our work channel. I'm building a new platform called Suckless. Basically, you don't have to suck anymore. I'm so sorry. Okay. Finally, I don't have to suck anymore. I'm so tired. Okay. Whew. So, finally, no suckage. Do we need to ban anyone? Is everything okay? Is everything okay? Ban him? Yeah, I guess that's a ban, because I mean it's pretty much like a TOS violation. I'm sorry. It is what it is. We do not approve of sexism. We do not approve of that. That's a very, very bad thing to have to do on Twitch. Okay. So yeah, a Suckless exists, and that's pretty much the point of the joke. Very, very cool. Oh wait, I thought... Okay, they even were talking about Okay, I see. So that's a straight up ban. Yeah, I didn't even understand what exactly they're trying to say. That's a straight up ban. Not even doubting that. 100%. Who's the game you were making going? How's the game you were making going? It's going okay. I'm just a little bit unmotivated to work on it right now, so I'm just working on something else. Alrighty. So here is the pipe. Right. So now we need to implement piping for Linux specifically. Does anyone know how piping on Linux works? How do you do piping between the processes? So essentially, I think you you just put pipe in there. You just literally put pipe in there. Let's actually learn how you fork things on Linux, right? So yeah, so here is this thing. Here is the entry point. I remember reading about that a long time ago, but I might forget something. So let's imagine that you want to call an external program, right? You want to call an external program, and first thing you do, you fork your process, right? You essentially fork your process. Forking returns you a PID. In C++, you could overall... Yeah, that would be actually pretty cool. God damn. Should have actually written all of that in C++. Make people... I think in the simplest case, by the way, in the simplest case, you don't really even need utilizing an actual pipes, I think, if I remember correctly. You may actually solve the problem just by opening files and everything, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll see. Okay, so well, yeah, let's include everything. Let's include everything. So, and in here we're gonna do PID C, and this is a child PID, right? And if child PID is less than 0, that means we couldn't fork, right? So we have to report an error. See the error. Might as well actually just assert, because it's too much reporting all of that. CPID greater or equal than 0, right? So this is basically what we're asserting here. Check if also make sure to check if CPID. Yeah, this is what I said. Basically, I could do that, but I'm gonna just do assert, right? So assert automatically checks that for me, and it's -1. That means I couldn't fork it. Since it's a throwaway code, I'm just testing everything. I don't really care about handling everything properly. Okay. So CPID is 0. That means it's a parent. No, it's a child, right? It's a child. So this is a child, and this is a parent, right? And in the child, essentially, what we want to do, we want to do exec. We want to do exec call, exec LP. I think I'm going to use exec LP because it's the most intuitive one. Nah. Yeah, exec LP is the most intuitive one, I think, because it's a variadic one, so I can quite easily just do the thing. Okay, so here we have a file. Here we have a file, and what we're trying to do here, we're trying to maybe do an echo, and we're gonna put a hello world in here. Actually, we have to duplicate this echo because this is how it works, and then we have to end it with null. All right, and if this thing has failed, all right, less than 0. We might as well actually do something like error here. Assert error equals 0. So this is what we expect essentially. So in the parent, we're gonna just wait for the child, right? So if I remember correctly, wait also returns something, right? Wait also returns. If I'm not mistaken, on success returns the process ID of the terminated call, on error -1. Okay, so this is one of the things we can do. We can just put this thing here. So error not equal -1. Error not equal -1, and we probably also want to check the status of this thing, but I'm not sure if we want to do it right now, so I'm gonna just do whatever. Main.c, and I'm gonna run main. So yeah, and it worked, by the way. Oh, I'm an idiot. What the fuck? Why am I so dumb? Look at that. Alright, so just a second. Implicit declaration of weight. Okay, so let me do this thing. So let me introduce this thing. It's just a wait. Okay, so now we have a hello world. Cool. We can try to do something like cut, right? We can try to execute cut. To check error is equal to cpit, because what if somehow not? Sure. Oh, to be fair, it would be even better to just check it like that, right? Yeah, I think that's perfect. So thank you so much. Okay, so we have a cut, and it actually, yeah, it's just echo, and let's replace it with cat. Okay, and then we can kill it. So it basically waits for the input, right? And I can try to do it like that, and as you can see, it duplicates everything I tap there, and yeah, everything works as expected. So the thing we want to do now, we want to, for example, redirect the input into the cat, right? We want to redirect the input into the cat. So let's actually have, let's actually use the source code as an input. The way you can do that, you can reopen standard input as this file, and then do execlp. And then do execlp. Oh yeah, it never returns. No, it may return in case of an error. If it cannot execlp, it will return, and this is why we're putting a cert here. So that's it. That's a slightly different thing. To be fair, we can just do it like that then. So yeah, I mean, it's... But what if it doesn't? What if it returns, but still returns 0? Anyway, bike shading. So essentially you need to reopen, right? Reopen. Reopen. I think maybe in this case we want to do it with fd. Right, you can do fd open, reopen. Is there something like fd reopen? That would be actually pretty cool. Fd reopen. Maybe not. But the way we're gonna do that, I might try to use this one then. So path name is gonna be main.c. We're reading it, just reading it, and we're just literally using stdin. So that's what we're doing. And now let me try to do that. Freopen didn't work because I probably didn't import stdio, and it worked. Yes. So for example, to redirect a file into a program, you don't need to use any pipes, at least. You see what I mean? Right, essentially before doing exec, you reopen like as a file, and there you go. You can even go any further, you can like do an output txt, write std out. So, and this way you made the process to read from a file and print into the file. So yeah, you don't need any pipes or anything, it just works, and here's an output. Yeah, so, and I think you can kind of do a similar thing with pipes, maybe. But this one is going to be complicated to do with pipes. Right, so... Alright, so let's try to emulate something like cut, right? So it's going to be cut main.c, and then pipe it into sort. Right, so let's actually try to pipe it into sort. How can we do that? I remember now I extensively use FreeOpen in competitive programming. Yes, it is actually quite often used there to reopen like input and whatnot. Just, yeah, I think I saw that there. I need to catch my breath. So I'm gonna make another cup of tea. Does anyone have any questions while I'm making a cup of tea? But what's interesting is that on Windows it's going to be completely different. So we'll have to implement separate mechanisms like on Windows and POSIX systems. But luckily on Windows I found some examples on how to pipe processes together. How big is the cup? This big? So, can you give me some advice? Depends on the advice. The most effective way to learn C is to program in it. Here's my advice. Christmas time. Yeah, that's the like. I have 2 cups, and both of them are Christmas themed. So yeah. Does anyone have any other questions? Yeah, it's unironically. I'm saying that unironically. If you want to learn C, program in C. There's no way around it. I'm sorry. To learn how to draw, you have to draw. To learn how to sing, you have to sing. To learn how to program, you have to program. Just have to do that. You have to do the thing you want to learn how to do. Otherwise, you won't be able to learn this thing. Sorry. I mentioned writing code in my question already. Cool. How does that contradict to my answer? It doesn't. Okay. Does execlp just forward std in and std out to cut in this case? Yes. All right. So I'm gonna go to the kitchen and boil up some water. And yeah, and I'm gonna be back. Why don't you use weight in the parent? So I'm gonna go to the kitchen. Don't go anywhere, and I'm gonna be back pretty soon. I'm back. Back. Why you don't wait? I don't know why. It's a good question. If you would start from scratch, which programming language would you choose? I don't think if you start programming you have much choice, because you don't really know anything, right? So imagine that you know nothing about programming, right? You go to different forums and internets and Twitch channels and asking what is a good first programming language, and people give you a bunch of answers. So your choice is limited by the answers they give you. So I don't think you have much choice. So okay. So what we're gonna do here? So let me think how we can pipe 2 processes together. It's kind of interesting. Okay, so it's probably not going to be possible to do without the pipe. So a simple file redirection is possible without the pipe, but connecting 2 processes together, I don't think it is possible without the pipe. So this is something that we'll have to do. We'll have to create a pipe. Alright, so is there something like make pipe? Something about the pipes. Okay, so there is a pipe. Cool. So the water is ready, so I'm gonna quickly pour some hot water and I'm gonna be back. Prolog is a pretty good choice for the beginner. Yeah, I also think so. Prolog is a pretty good first programming language. Anyway, so what does this mean? I don't know. What are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about the keyboard. That means the keyboard that I use is the USB one, so it's connected via USB to my laptop. Does it make sense? I assume that you're talking about a keyboard, so it's a USB keyboard. It's quite convenient. It's actually better than my PC/2 PS. I think this is how it's called, PS/2 keyboard, because I don't really have a PS/2 port on my laptop, so it's kind of difficult to connect it there. Do you have the programmer's manual set up somewhere, or is it under man somewhere by default? A programmer manual, I think it was by default. I just installed Debian and it already had Linux programmer's manual. So Logitech K120 probably, I don't know. Oh, built-in yeah, I think the built-in keyboards usually on this kind of machines. Let me actually see. Can you do LSPCI? Maybe LSUSB. LSUSB will show all of the... I don't know how I can check the keyboard though. Huh. What about LSUSB? Oh, my microphone. That's pretty cool. Anyway. So let's continue. Let's continue. We need to open the pipe, right? We need to open our pipes. So the way we open our pipes, right? The way we open our pipes is we call this thing, right? We call this thing, and I think it just gives us two file descriptors, right? Creates a pipe, a unidirectional data channel that can be used for inter-process communication. The array is used to return two file descriptors referring to the end of the pipe. FD refers to the read end, is a write end. Pro stream webcam. Yes, I'm using a professional streaming webcam. Oh yeah, by the way, so for those who want to know my setup, like here's my setup. Is that an interesting thing to learn about? So yeah, I don't know what is Acer Ink, like what is this? Like I don't even have an Acer laptop. It's a Lenovo laptop, but yeah, I don't know. Is that interesting? Linux Foundation 2.0 root hub. Amazing. Absolutely fucking amazing. Alright. Alright. So let's call pipe. So pipe FD. So I'm gonna just allocate a bunch of things in here. And we're gonna just call pipe FD. And if this thing, we might actually do something like error. And maybe here I'm gonna just do something like that, and then here I'm gonna just do something like that. So I would assume that error should return 0 in case of a success. Right. So, and now we have two pipes, one for read, another for write. And this one is interesting. So what I'm thinking is that we're gonna start with, where's the fork? Ah, yeah, I see. I think I want to do it like that. Okay, so this is going to be our first fork, right? So this is our first fork. And then we're going to have our second fork. We're going to have our second fork. I think I need a cup of tea. So yeah, we create a pipe, then we create one process and we set up its output as an input for the pipe, right? As an input for the pipe. And then we create another process, and for the input of that process, we use the output of the pipe. And this is how we connect them together, right? You see? So it should be pretty straightforward. And if you have several of them, right? If you have several of them, I think you will have to do that in a loop, right? So you'll basically iterate through all of the commands that you need to execute, and then in a loop you will just, spawn the processes, connect them together, connect together, spawn, connect, spawn, connect, spawn, connect. So once we are done with that, we'll need to figure out how to do that in a loop. And I think this is going to be very interesting. Yeah, I never implemented anything like that before. So essentially, I'm kind of like implementing a shell from scratch. But in the form of a library, right? In the form of a library. And of course, on Windows, it's going to be completely different. So on Windows, pipes work differently. Can you use pipes on Windows? Yes, you can, but they have different interface. So you have to use the, I think, WinAPI, but maybe some of the parts of the POSIX for pipes are implemented there as well. I'm not sure. MSDN pipe. Does it have anything like pipe? Yeah, there are pipes. Their functions create pipes and whatnot. A pipe in a section is a shared library. Okay. So at least there's a function create pipe. Right. And yeah. You also have a size, a pointer to a variable that receives the read handle of the pipe. Yeah. So you can do semantically, it's a similar mechanism. Right, but it's just you have to call different functions. And also, there's no forking in Windows, right? There's no such notion as forking. So I think to connect two processes with the pipe, you have to provide the pipe handles via the arguments of create process and whatnot. But I'm not a Windows developer, so I don't know yet, or we are yet to discover how to do that on Windows. So, but yeah, it should be possible through just WinAPI. It's pretty self-explanatory usually. What do, for example, something equals test? What is the I don't understand the question, I'm sorry. Why not look into BusyBox or Toybox implementation of their sh command? I know there are ports of BusyBox Windows. Well, how often do you look up the source code of other tools? Here's the first question. Second question, second thing. I already know how to implement what I want to implement, right? So I don't need to look up anything. Third thing. Even if I didn't know how to implement, I think I'm gonna spend more time understanding the BusyBox code than learning it, myself by reading manuals and articles. Make sense? So So I have 3 things to say to that. I think I wanna have a chocolate. Just a second. I'm gonna quickly go to the kitchen and grab myself some chocolate. Oh, just a second. Yeah. Okay. I heard people on the internet like cats. So here's the cat for you. Here's a picture of a cat. Don't eat the foil, please. Okay, sure. I will try to not eat the foil this time. But I have an aluminum deficiency. I'm sorry. What's the current PogChamp? I don't know. Interesting. Yo, 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 how's it going? It's going quite nice. I'm eating chocolate. Cheers. It's pretty good. 97.7%. No, it is not alcohol content. It's actually cacao content. All right. So here's the first fork. Next fork. CPID fork. I'm gonna assert greater equal than 0. Alright. So here's the read. We're reading from the file, but we have to do a write. The read then end of the pipe. Okay, so the second one is a write one. I wonder if I can do the following thing. FD open. Right, so I have FD open. Like this. So I can provide the mode and everything. It can be right. And what we use here, we use pipefd, right? Pipefd 1. So because this is the right end of this thing, and what we get, we essentially get the std out. I could probably do something like this, try to reassign std out, but I'm not sure if it's the right way to do that. So there's also fmm open. Oh, holy shit, did you guys know that there is such function? You can open memory as a string. Oh shit, that's actually pretty cool. So that's a very interesting function. I guess it makes sense. So you probably have a function that expects file, but the data that you want to put into that function is in a buffer. So how do you do that? Well, you basically wrap that into an interface, into a file interface. I guess it kind of makes sense for these kind of situations. Not bad. So, and because of that, I can probably redirect the input for the child process from a memory. That's a very interesting approach. I do like that. I do like that. But I don't think we need it right now. So, yeah. So we also have a file number. So file number essentially just gives me FD of a file. So I'm thinking, what's the right way to actually do this thing? I don't think it's the right way to do that. I think first thing we need to do, we need to close std out and then reassign it. Maybe. Dupe to, or let me take a look. Duplicate the file descriptor. How is it gonna solve my problem? I need to reopen std out. So that's kind of the problem. I don't think it's gonna solve anything. Sorry. Okay. So we're gonna try it like that. So then I'm gonna fork it yet again. Cpip equals 0. Okay. And here we're gonna close std in. I'm gonna close std in. And then we're gonna do std in fd open pipe fd 0 as a read. Oh, there we go. And we're using dupe2 for that. I'm not sure if dupe2 is gonna actually do the thing I want to do, to be fair, I'm sorry. Example P, so this one is gonna be sort. Let's put -m here. No, it has to be actually, both of them have to be sort. I'm gonna assert error 0. Okay. Do we need anything else? We also need to wait for all of these things. So how are we gonna do that? So we need to wait for both of them, if you think about it. We need to wait for both of them. So maybe I should store the IDs, right? Maybe I should store the IDs. Let me see. Wait. Continuous repeat. You know what? I think the easiest way is going to be to actually do the phone thing. Yeah. So essentially, like, or maybe you can just wait twice, maybe. Is it gonna be buffered or something? I'm not sure, but we can try to do it like wait twice. Okay. So let's try to compile and okay, sort bad file descriptor cat stated output bad file descriptor. Okay, so all of that shit didn't work. Yeah. So it's not gonna really work like that. It would be kind of cool to have FD reopen, right? To have FD reopen. Estormations. Thank you so much for the raid. And welcome, raiders, to our C development stream. That's right. Hello. I was just developing stupid things in C, nothing special. So specifically, we're developing a building tool for C projects. My bot is dead. It's not dead. So this building tool lets you write recipes in C. So the idea is that you have a script written in C, like this. You bootstrap it, compile it once, and then you just run it, and it builds everything else for you. And something may not work, something may not compile, but yeah, that's kind of the thing that we're doing. Hello everyone. Alrighty. So okay, so we need to also implement piping for this entire stuff. Yeah, so the idea is that the only dependency you need to build a C project, right? You have a project in C, so the only dependency you need is a C compiler. No CMake, no shell, no CMD, no PowerShell, whatever. So you have a project in C. C compiler should be enough to build everything. So that's kind of the premise of this project. It's kind of difficult to achieve, especially in a cross-platform way, but I'm trying. Right, so it works, it should work on both Windows and Linux, and we have a lot of ifdefs. Right, for example, here we have ifdef underscore win32 where we use win32 API, and then here we have POSIX. So for some situations we have to distinguish between Windows environment and POSIX environment, just to have like a cross-platform interface for these kind of things. Could be game changer, not really. It's kind of a like idea that is a thing in other modern languages, like the new languages, like Zig, for example, or John Blow's Jai, right? So yeah, I'm sort of backporting this idea to C, but yeah, I don't know if it's a really game-changing thing. I can build system. Well, by itself, this thing is also build system, but I don't know. It's not finished yet, by the way, but I do use it in one of my projects already, and it works relatively well, I would say. So I have a simple research project where I implement a virtual machine in C. And this project actually uses this build tool, so it has no build.c and no build.h, and this is the whole recipe for building this entire project. So this recipe can build the tool chain, the tool chain of the virtual machine, and then using that tool chain, it will build all of the examples written in assembly for that virtual machine. So yeah, I can even demonstrate how it works, I think. All right, so I think I need to get rid of some of this stuff. So maybe I'm gonna also go to the master to make sure everything's okay. So essentially, at the beginning you don't have any executable. First thing you do, you bootstrap the executable by just building it without any special flags. It should be as simple as this. You bootstrap it, and now you use the bootstrapped executable to build the rest of the project. And building the rest of the project includes building all of the toolchain, building examples, and also you can do tests. You can just run the tests. And this entire build system does not depend on anything but a C compiler. You don't even need shell. So you may not even have shell to just build this thing, only C compiler. But yeah, it's really not stable and finished, work in progress, but yeah. And this library gives you such facilities as for each file in directory. For example, it has this macro. You have a directory, you want to iterate through each file in a directory, you just call this macro and you just iterate through it. And for example, for each file that ends with a particular extension, you want to build that file, and it works in a cross-platform way. So on Linux, macOS is going to use POSIX interface, on Windows is going to use Windows interface, right? So, and this entire thing should be cross-platform. Yeah. Also make dirs. It can create several nested directories, and again, this particular line will work on both Linux and Windows. Finally, I understand backporting in Giant ZK. I guess you can put it that way. Okay, it's one of the interpretation of what I'm doing. Yeah, it's one of them. But I didn't start it like out of nothing. Right, I didn't start it out of nothing because I thought that these ideas are cool. Well, they are cool, but that's not the only reason why I started this project. I started this project because I have a lot of contributors to my pet projects who work on all sorts of operating systems. We have people who contributing who use Linux. We have people who use Mac OS. We have people who use Windows with Microsoft Visual Studio, by the way. And we have people who use FreeBSD. So, and all these people, they're contributing, they're constantly contributing to my project, and I need to make sure that the project is compilable on all of these operating systems and works perfectly on all of these operating systems. And it's difficult to achieve even with Makefiles, because Makefiles, so GNU Make, for example, is not compatible with BSD Make. So you cannot just create cross-platform Makefile. You cannot just create a cross-platform shell script because it's not going to work on Windows. Well, unless you have WSL, but some people may not want to install WSL. Some people may want to use Microsoft Visual Studio. And you see, there's a lot of conflicts from all of these sides, and I need to somehow satisfy everyone. So, and this was the reason why I started this project. So we have a C programming language. C programming language works exactly the same on all of these platforms, except maybe API, but API, I don't consider API part of the language, right? So you can always put fdef and forget about it. So yeah, why not just use C programming language as a shell script for all of these platforms? And so far it works well. We have just two files, no build.c, no build.h, and it works and compiles on 4 main operating systems we support: Linux, macOS, FreeBSD, Windows, including MSVC build. We haven't tested it on MinGW, but yeah. So that was the main reason why I started all of that, right? Even though I think these ideas are cool, that's not enough for me to actually start doing all of that, right? So yeah. So the main reason was the contributors. I'm doing that for the contributors because I love them. I truly do love them. They help me a lot. All right, so let's continue. For my people, yes, I'm doing that for my people. Okay, so I ran out of chocolate, unfortunately. All right, no build. So I'm now learning how to pipe together two processes because I'm essentially re-implementing shell, but for C. So people were talking about something about dupe, but I'm not 100% sure if dupe is going to help me. You duplicate file descriptor. You can have dupe. Oh, I see. Dupe 2. So let me see. I think I misunderstood what dupe 2 does. It's a system call. Okay. It performs the same task as dupe, but instead of using the lowest number unused file descriptor, it uses the file descriptor number specified in new FD. If the file descriptor new FD was previously open, it is silently closed before being reused. All right. So one more time. I think I'm not smart. Instead of using the lowest number used in the descriptor, it uses the file descriptor numbered in new FD. So that means new FD in that particular case has to be the one into which I'm reopening it to, right? So something like if the output is 1, so this has to be the new FD, and this has to be the old FD. I think this is how it has to work. All right, but this is like I'm using C stuff, right? So I think it's kind of dangerous to mix up these kind of approaches. It's my bedtime. I'm gonna head off. Have a lovely stream. Okay, thank you for the raid. Bye bye. Bye bye. All right. So how am I gonna do this kind of thing then? Well, I can just open this file like this. Right. Let me see. Open. So I have to provide the file path main.c, and I also have to provide the flags. Right. I have to provide the flags. We have o create, and maybe I need something like o ronly. Okay. read-only. I think read-only. I think we need a read-only. And then, can I dupe to 0 like that? I know it's kind of dangerous because I don't check the result of open, but would that, something like that, work? And as far as I know, according to the documentation of dupe2 should close this thing if it was previously open, so that should work. So essentially dupe2 is like reopen. Yeah, it's essentially reopen, if I understand documentation correctly, of course. I'm not sure if I do. Alrighty. We can always, I mean, the dangerous code. Yeah, it is kind of dangerous. Okay. Let's do it like this. Int input. Alright, and we can just assert that input is greater or equal than 0. Is that better? Is that better? That should be better. And also dupe2 may fail as well, if I remember correctly. Right. Man dupe2. Yeah, it can fail actually. Return. Yeah. So what we can do here, we can just do error equal, and then we can just assert that error is equal to 0, and yeah. So since it's a throwaway code, I don't really care much about like a proper error reporting, right? I can just do something like this. Yeah, and the reason why I'm not wrapping it as assert is because assert is a macro, and I'm just afraid that the code can be illuminated. So it's kind of dangerous to wrap functions calls into assert, because assert may be illuminated at particular like compile times or whatnot. If that makes any sense. Yeah, we can actually make our own macro. Yeah, fndebug, like dndebug can actually eliminate it. We can do something like this. Define error. I had it happen to me. Yeah, exactly. It also happened to me more than once. Oh, there is a macro for file number. Okay, thank you. I'm probably gonna use them. Thank you so much. So what I want to have here is an expression, maybe call. It's actually expression, and what we're gonna do here is equal. Do I want to do? Yeah, I want to do a do while trick. I want to do a do while trick. So it's gonna be error expr, right, like this, and then we're gonna assert that error equal 0 and while is 0. Okay, is it gonna? Why don't you want to work properly? Okay, thank you so much. So, it's not applicable for here. So, and what we can do here is just error, like this. God damn it. Oh man, come on. Alright. So maybe for these kind of situations we also need a separate macro. And this one could be also error. Oh, and by the way, since I have just a separate macro for this kind of situation, I can just use it. Cool. Nice. I ignored the chat for a second and God damn it. Okay. Oh shit, I'm actually compiling the wrong thing. I really appreciate you guys, seriously, thank you so much. Alright, gcc o main.c. Okay. Okay, so what do we have here? Error undeclared, but it's not true. And this is probably because well, I mean, you can just do it like that and forget about it since it's in a separate scope. Oh, thank you for loving me. I also love you. Mwah. Love you. All right, so open. What should I include for the open. So we have types. I only need stat, I think. So it's stat, f control. What else do we have here? It's one. Okay. So, oh, did that happen on the second one? Equals your bat file descriptor. All right. That's very interesting. So OpenFD 1 was a bat file descriptor. Do I have to provide the mode? How I do that? Like dupe 3? I think there is a dupe 3 where I can provide the mode, but I don't think. Yeah, so we can provide the flags. Is something like dupe 3 needed in this particular case? I think could be. Same as dupe 2, except that the caller can force the close and exec flag for the new descriptor. Okay, maybe not. By the way, add to macro expert. Why? I don't think it's needed. All right. So this one worked well. That's what's interesting, but this one didn't. All right. So there's a std in file number. Then we can have std out file number. All right. So and this is a write thingy. And then I can just exec op everything. Okay. So I'm still not quite understand. Like it's assert fail, but it doesn't even say exactly. I have an idea. So if this thing less than 0, we might try to actually print. Might actually print the description, and this is where we can use expert though. So fprintf is going to be std error, s expert, and str error no. So that should give us the right thing, hopefully. So I'll probably have to import things like stdlib, std string, and maybe even error null. Okay, cool. And yeah, so after that I think we'll have to exit 1 like this. Cool. So it just says bat file descriptor. Cool. Sort stat fail. But maybe after that you can also, maybe you could assert 0. All right, so it says bat file descriptor, but doesn't tell us where exactly, which is kind of strange. So error. It doesn't complain about that anymore. It fails in sort. Oh shit, it fails. Okay. It worked. Cat worked. Now it fails in sort. I'm an idiot. Okay, thank you. So now I can do the following thing. I don't have to close anything. So I do error dupe 2, and I'm gonna use, let's say, pipe fd 0 as the standard input, and then I'm gonna just include the sort thingy. Okay, it didn't work. All right, so the file thingy didn't work, unfortunately. I wonder why. So generally everything should just work, but it didn't. Oh boy. So here's the standard typical pipe experience. Yeah, I guess it's a typical pipe experience. Pipes are leaking. Yeah. Haha. Very funny. Okay, it's like cat just waiting for something. Cat just waiting for something. So here's a standard input, and I reuse, yeah, as a this as a file descriptor, so it should be all right. Not quite sure. Okay, so here's the thing I may try to do. Here's the thing I may try to do. I may try to only use the output and see if cat works. Okay, cat works. So now this is a right side of a pipe. This is a right side of a pipe. So that means I'm gonna use the read side of the pipe for std in. So I hope I connected them correctly. I hope I did. Oh yeah, I implemented Quine. Yes, yes, yes. This is how you implement Quine. You call cut on yourself. God damn it. Ah, by the way, let me show you something. File. So this is how you implement Quine in C. So this is the easiest Quine you can come up with. There we go. You can implement it even easier because you don't have to call the child process. You can just open file and just print it or something. I don't know. Amazing. Yes, I know. So I think I might be not understanding pipe. So pipe 2. I just called pipe. Refers to the read end of the pipe, and the one refers to the write. Data written to the right end is buffered by the kernel until it's read from the read end. Okay, so that means I have to write to the 1. So this is std out. So yeah. Alright, so then I fork this thing yet again, and I'm reopening the read part for std in, and then I just call exec. Yeah, should work, but it doesn't. Interesting. So I can try to do something like this. So if I do like cut main C, right, it works, and then I call sort, it works either. So this is what I'm trying to implement, but in C. So far doesn't really work really well. And I don't see the problem. I don't see the problem, to be fair. So if it's 0, it's gonna end in here. Does anyone see any mistakes? Close the pipe read end in the first child. I think dupe. Try close the pipe. Oh, that's a good point. Okay, close pipe fd 0. Maybe. Not sure where exactly I have to do that, and I probably have to do that. You know, a similar thing in here as well, like both of the ends here. Oh well, I mean, it's wrong. Didn't work. I'm almost there. I'm just missing something very, very dumb. Can you print the FDs? FDs of what? Okay, so I think that's enough. Linux C pipe example. I'm gonna just look for example, or maybe pipe already has an example. Oh shit, I think pipe already has an example. I don't know why I didn't look into example. Example. There we go. Now we're talking. Okay. So yeah, we're do close this thing. So we fork. Child reads from the pipe. No, this is not particularly. Close unused right end. We close it right away though. Parent gives. Yeah, I suppose maybe. Yeah, I'm trying to close all of that and all of that, and maybe in the parent I also have to close both of them. That could be also a thing that I probably have to do in the parent. Hello, Drexorn. Oh shit. Okay, I did it. So I have to, yeah, a close unused ends. I see. So I have to close the unused ends on 3 sides. First child, second child, and the parent. Okay, so it's actually more sophisticated than a parent-child relationship, right? Because we have actually 2 childs, and we're handling them asynchronously. So the parent starts 1 child, and while 1 child is executing, the parent prepares the second child, right? So yeah, that's why it's a little bit more complicated than, you know, the usual example where you just have 1 child. We have 2 of them. And yeah, we managed to do that. Look at that. So essentially what we do here, we take the source code of the program, we pipe it into the cat, and the output of cat is piped into the sort, and then sort is actually, you know, prints everything else. We can make it even more sophisticated. For example, output the result of the sort into the file as well. So the way it's gonna work is we're gonna have output fd. Output, open something like output txt. It's going to be wrongly, right? It's going to be wrongly, and we want to assert that output is equal or greater than 0. All right, and so what we're going to do here, so this is the input, the output is going to be dup2 pipe fd, no, not pipe fd, but rather output std out, yeah. So essentially we have files at the ends, and we have 2 programs in the middle, and we just, you know, have the full pipe of 2 programs. Put the cat into the pipe. I'm feeling less comfy here somehow. What? Oh, I see what you mean. Haha. Alright, so it didn't print anything, but it created output txt, and it contains this thing here. Yes, look at that, that's amazing. And, oh, okay. Huh, it has to be create, I see. How did that all create, I think? Open, let me see. Open, create, yeah, all create is specified by open, so you should actually create it, but it didn't work for some reason. Assertion and output, and it just couldn't do that. Huh. Ah. You also need read write for create. Okay. Wrongly, I think. And it's actually... Oh shit, it has... What is this? Is that a sticky thingy? Can I remove it? What the fuck was that? And file is not readable? And what is T? What is it doing? Is there any examples in open that I can follow? I feel like I'm doing something wrong. Example. That's really very strange. RD. Yeah, let's actually try this thing. Let's try this thing. And it still puts this T in here. Why does it do that? And it's not even readable. Am I going crazy? I think I'm going crazy, but I mean, okay. Oof. But I mean, we were pretty close. You never closed the file. I don't think I should close the file. Linux C open example. Where is the example? Okay, here's an example. So here's the mode. So you have to also specify the modes in the note. For writing by owner. So that's a lot of things. Wrongly create trunk, and this is a user. Okay, so I mean I can just use that. Create and needs the mode. Oh, I see. That explains it. So wrongly. This is too complicated for just creating a file, to be fair. Finally. Okay, so now it works. Cool, thank you very much. It's really complicated for what I'm trying to do here. Like, come on. Yeah, it's a dumb syscall. Variadic syscall. Ooh. Yes. I mean, it's probably implemented as a variadic only in the C side. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, so I probably need to make a small break. So now we know how to pipe things together. So piping together two calls was already difficult enough. But now we need to make something even more complicated. We need to be able to pipe together arbitrary amount of those things. Why not just using SH? Because I'm dumb! Thank you so much for the question. Alright. So, and imagine that you also gonna run like 5 commands in a pipe or like 10 commands in a pipe. We also need to wait for them properly. Alright. So this one is gonna be very interesting, not gonna lie. But at least we have an example that actually works. At least we have an example that actually works. The issue is that they took a mod from the stack which contains garbage. Yeah, I can see that. So that makes sense. Alright. So, it's pretty cool. It's garbage mode. Nice. My favorite mode. Small break. Twiggy.io.
Garbage mod.
Yeah. Thank you so much for 10 months of tier 1 subscription. Thank you, and welcome to our epic garbage mode. Sorry. Alright, thank you so much for such a long support. Alright, I'm gonna make a small break and you guys have fun. Yo, welcome back. How everyone's doing? So, cool. Let's try to implement longer pipes. Let's try to implement longer pipe. I feel a little bit tired already. Okay, so here's that pipe. This one is interesting. So the first thing I want to do, I want to figure out if we even have so inputs and outputs. Right, because the actual syntax is going to be the following. So how do you write something like that in no build? Right, you do pipe in input.txt, right, input.txt, then you do a chain, right, and that's going to be cat, then you do another chain, that is going to be a sort. You may even add some flags in there, sure, why not? And then you're going to have an output, which is going to be output.txt. So I cannot really enforce in being at the beginning and out being at the end. Well, I cannot enforce that at compile time. I can try to enforce that at runtime, which is going to be lame as fuck, but I mean, it could be something at least. So, yeah. And then first I need to do one iteration, right? I need to do one iteration to collect input and output. Collect input and output, and once I collected input and output, I can then make decision for the rest of the chains. Are you trying to make a joke yet, Anasif, or are you being, you know, serious? I sometimes cannot tell. Windows has pipes. Windows does have pipes. And well, somehow the pipes work in CMD, and also WinAPI has functions for creating pipes and whatnot, so it will work in. But doesn't have pipes, but doesn't have the programs. Okay, so you are trying to make a joke. Okay, sure. Cool. So now. Just a second, I need to check something super quick. I'm really sorry. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, so let's do one single iteration and have something like input file path, which initially is going to be null, and output file path. So here's the output file path. Go can build RISC-V binaries. Go can build cross-compile pretty much on any architecture. The one thing I did, by the way, with Go, I cross-compiled a program, a Go program, to MIPS, uploaded to my router as is, which had MIPS, and run it over SSH, and it just worked because it was a static executable. That's how awesome it is. You can just cross-compile static executables to some particular platform and it will just work there. It's fucking amazing. Yeah, so the creators of Go actually knew what the fuck they were doing. It's fucking amazing. Alright, so what do we have here? We're just iterating through all of these things. And I can do the following thing. If arg, I'm also thinking do I really want to count the amount of chains and whatnot? All right. Arg type equal to what? Pipe arg in. If it's that, that means we're gonna set a file path args. Oh shit! What the fuck was that? I don't know what the fuck was that. But what's interesting is that if we already set input file path, we have to probably throw some sort of error. What kind of error we can throw? Yeah. Like we probably should have a better error reporting for this particular case, but yeah. Input file was already set for the pipe, and this is kind of lame because like it doesn't report. Pipe does not report where exactly a syntactic error has happened. Alright, so we have that. Another thing, so we have a symmetrical situation. So we have, if we have an output, right, so this one is going to be output, this one is out, but instead of these things, this is the output file path, and then we're going to say output file was already set for the pipe. Cool. So we set input and output, and I guess that's it. So this is the only reason why I'm iterating through all of that, just to have an input and output. But on top of that, maybe I'm gonna iterate just to count CMDs, right? So this is probably what I wanna do. Once I count CMDs, I can allocate an array to put all of the CMDs there, so it's easier to iterate through them and just do the piping. So this is probably something that I wanna do. So yeah, let's do something like CMD count, right? CMDs count. And because of that, I probably want to use a switch case on the argument type. I think it's going to make it a little bit more readable. So here's a switch case. So it's a case for pipe arg in, right, then out, then CMD. So in case of an in, it's going to be like that. Oh, we have a raid from Dennis. Oh my god. Hello. Hello Dennis, welcome to the stream. I have an absolutely beautiful idea for you. I'm working on a very interesting build system that you might be interested in. Probably not, I don't know, but we'll see. So the idea is the following. It's a header-only library for writing build recipes in C. Okay, the idea is that you should not need anything but a C compiler to build a C project. No make, no CMake, no shell, no CMD, no PowerShell, etc. Only C compiler. So with the C compiler, you bootstrap your build system, and then you use the build system to build everything else. Does it sound interesting? Does it sound interesting? So essentially, instead of like having makefile or configure at the root of your project, you would have two files. NoBuild.h. NoBuild is just the name of a build system, right? So it doesn't imply that you don't do build. You still do build, it's just the name of the build system. So we have NoBuild.h that has all of the necessary facilities, and NoBuild.c. Right, so, and the first thing you do, you just bootstrap your build system and you just run it. So that's it, and it doesn't require any other, you know, dependency or anything like that. So yep, and the build recipes look horrible. So, for example, you can iterate through the files within a particular folder, and if the file ends with, for example, C, you can build it. And by the way, these macros are cross-platform, and they even work on your favorite operating system of all time, Windows. So this code we checked works on Linux, FreeBSD, macOS, and Windows, even with Microsoft Visual Studio. So yeah, so that's what we're working on right now. Essentially having like a build recipes in C. All right. Okay. So let's continue. So right now what I'm working on an ability to pipe commands together from C. An easier way to pipe them together, and also cross-platform way. So yeah. Okay. So that's basically the gist of the project. It's not finished yet, it's just the main idea, right? Just the main idea. No. So, yeah, I'm just implementing the pipe functionality. So to be able to use C instead of shell, you need to be able to pipe commands together, right? And that's exactly what we're implementing. And also this functionality has to be cross-platform, right? So that means we'll have to at some point implement it for Windows as well. It's gonna be a huge pain in the ass, but I'm gonna get used to pain in the ass. All right. So, so CM discount, yeah, CM discount. It's gonna be +1. Cool. So we prepare everything. I'm not sure if I want to have it to do here. So it's gonna be like this. Cool. So after that, once we know the input file path, the output file path, and the CMD count, we may start with allocating additional array for the memory where we're going to keep all of the commands, right? So this is probably what we're going to do here. So how we're going to allocate all of that? It's going to be malloc size of, where I'm going to put all of that? I think I'm going to just allocate pipe arg. So here's the pipe arg, and I'm going to multiply it by s commands count, right? So here's the commands count, and in here we're going to just pipe arg. We're gonna have commands in here, and this is what we're gonna have. Yeah. So we need to start to do the second iteration where we're gonna collect all of the commands into the array. Right. So yeah, let's quickly do that. So did I put VA end? Yes, I did put VA end, and let's just do it like that. So this is begin. This is end. And within that thing, if the argument type is command, I'm gonna be appending it to the array. So, and that means I'll have to reset the CMD count before doing anything. Right, I have to reset the CMD count. This count. Val grind. Oh yeah, it's gonna be actually pretty horrible. I know. It's leaking memory, so we're literally just allocating and never freeing anything. And this is because it's a batch program, right? We don't really care about it right now. But at the moment, I already explained that. I don't know why I'm explaining that, but maybe I'm going to explain that for the new people. So at the moment when we're going to start caring about that, I'm going to replace the malloc with my own region-based allocator, a region-based allocator, and essentially expose a way to clean up the memory once in a while. So essentially, you're gonna have phases of the build that basically don't really share much memory, so you can allocate in the first phase of the build as much memory as you want, then clean everything up and then reuse that memory in the next phase, and so on and so forth. That way you can have like a multi-phase builds that reuse the same memory over and over again. It will be pretty straightforward to do that. All right, so let's continue. So right now it's not that big of a concern. It's not that big of a concern. It's actually very easy to fix. This memory leaks is very easy to fix. Okay, so here's the command. I'm going to do comments count ++, and it's going to be equal to just arg. There we go. So, and maybe I don't even have to allocate it like that because I can just reuse this stuff. Or maybe not. I can always just, you know, put that behind the scope, behind a separate scope. Why not? Why not just put that behind the scope? So you don't have to worry about that. And then maybe we'll extract that to a macro, right? Just a macro, just a macro. Okay, cool. So, and then we just put all of the pipes, and there we go. So everything has been prepared. Everything has been prepared. And maybe it would be nice to have this as a variable, I don't know. Nah. Okay, so everything prepared, and we can start piping things together. We can start piping things together, and the question is how we're gonna even do all that. So, I need to double check if we even have any, like any commands, right? So if we have commands equal to 0, we want to print something like printf. It's actually not printf, but error, right? Error. No chains provided for the pipe, right? And we're going to exit with 1. We might as well actually do that before we even try to allocate any memory, right? So before we even try to allocate the memory for the chains, right, we just check whether the user provided any chains and just, you know, fail because we didn't provide anything. So now we know that we have at least one thing. Cool. So for the first pipe argument, yeah, we're gonna do a fork, right? We're doing a fork. It's gonna be pid t c pid, right? So it's a child pid, and if this thing is less than 0, that means something really bad has happened. So we're gonna say the following thing: could not fork a child process. Could not fork a child. Let's put it this way. And then we can say what exactly has happened, right? Providing error no and whatnot, and then we can exit with 1. There we go. Could not fork a child, right? So, and in that particular child, right? If it is a child, it's a child when it's 0. Right? We'll have to open. This one is actually very sophisticated. Maybe not. So we'll have to do that in a loop, right? We'll have to do that in a loop, but I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure how to easily do that in a loop. I guess the easiest way to do that in a loop is to just basically check if you're the first one, the last one, and whatnot, right? So you have something like this, CMD count, right? And what you need to do here, you just need to fork a child, right? So, and you have two situations when, well, you definitely fork a child always, right? You do pid t cpid fork, right? And you always fork a child. So then you have cpid equals 0. And within this thing, depending on whether you're the first one, you're the last one, you do different redirections and so on and so forth. I think this is how it's gonna go. Yeah. All right, and here, so I can probably copy paste this entire error check in here, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. Okay. So we are in a child. So if I is equal, for example, 0, and input file path is provided, so the input for that thing is going to be that input file path, right? So we'll have to open input file path as O read-only, right? Read-only, and we're gonna say it like fd-in, right? fd-in. So we also want to check that fd-in is, if it's less than 0, we can say something like error could. By the way, why the chat is dead, boys and girls? Is everything okay? What are you guys doing right now? Working on your projects? Doing work? Homework? You know? Does fork copy all n megabytes of Arena allocator static memory? We don't have Arena allocator static memory. I'm not dead. Okay, that's nice to hear. Okay. Chat is static. Could not open file, and just put like that. Input file path. And it's gonna be str error no error no. Oh, Shazawak, you're here. Hello, by the way. I'm on a cell phone, that's why I'm dead. Hello, welcome to the channel. How are you doing? Alright, so we managed to open this file. And to be fair, here's how we're gonna do all of that. So alright, so this is the open. This is how we open a file, and we have to do the following thing. We have to do dupe to fd-in std-in file number. std-in file number. Cool. std-in file number, and also we want to check if this entire thing is less than 0. Yeah, we can try to. Could not duplicate file descriptor. For S, right? And then we're gonna say input that and str error now. Then we're gonna exit. Cool. So this is what we're doing. Excuse me. So this one is not null. Okay. So there's probably another thing here. It's probably another. Okay, if I equal cmd's count and output file path is not null, we have to do the same but for the output file as well. So yeah. So let me see how we can do that. It's a main C. So that means I'll have to open this thing like that. Okay, so it's gonna be fd out. So you open for the output file path, then provide these things and the mode and everything, and yeah, then we can say could not open the file. So this is fd out, by the way. And then we're duplicating output. We're duplicating output for this thing. So this is going to be fd out, std out, could not duplicate file descriptor for output file path, and there we go. So essentially, chain is first, and there is input file, right? Chain is first, and there is input file. chain is last and there is output file. So that's basically what we have here. You see? So that makes sense, I think. I think that makes sense. Cool. But there are also other situations, right? There are also other situations. When, for example, I actually equal -1. So I is just less than CMD count that, and that means that thing is somewhere in the middle, and to handle that stuff somewhere in the middle, you have to maintain the pipes, but we're not doing that right now. So maybe I'm gonna do that a little bit later. So I'm gonna just put something like assert 0 piping is not implemented. All right, input piping is not implemented. Okay, so similarly, we can have, yeah, this thing as well here, and we can say the output piping is not implemented either. The output piping. This gets really complicated, but I'm not gonna extract anything yet because I don't really see a particularly interesting pattern yet. After all of the piping has been established, we can execute execlp, I think, or execvp, I don't remember, execlp. So we can execute, I think, execvp, right, because it accepts the array. So here's that, and what we need to do here is just cmd, right, we need to take this entire thing. So we're already within the child, right? So we're already within the child. So all of that is just establishing the pipes for the child. It's just establishing the pipes for the child. Okay. So let me see. It's gonna be cmd's I think args 0. And then we just use cmd's I args, and this entire thing could also fail. Right, it could also fail, and we have to do it like that. Error could not execute command for the following reason. And the reason is std error null. We'll just exit like this. Ooh. All right, we're getting somewhere. Okay, I'm not building things correctly. Inside of the output block, where input. Okay, thank you. All right, cool. So maybe I want to also test some things, I guess. I want to test some things. Examples. So we already have a pipe command. Nice. So the thing I want to do here, I'm gonna just remove this kind of stuff, and I'm gonna just put chain echo hello world. That's what we're gonna put here. So this is the simplest test. And let's see how it's gonna go. All right. So to test that, we have to rebuild our build system. Okay, the build system doesn't build, which is understandable. Pipe arg cmd is not equal. Is it called chain? It could be called chain, I think. Yeah, I remember the chain. I forgot about that completely. All right, open. Did you mean p open? Okay, so maybe I need to import some of the things here. So I need to import some of that stuff. So this is the stuff we're importing. We already have types, stat. We don't have F control. Okay, so that's understandable. All right, so there's A. What else? So there's incompatible pointers, expected that pointer. Sure, I can always provide that one, but I'm just too stupid to like provide the right one right away. But overall, okay, so everything seems to be working. So we only, right now, we only support this kind of piping, right? You can execute only one command here. Let's actually see what's gonna happen. So I rebuild everything and I just run this thing. Okay, one more time. Okay. Cool. Enumeration not handled. Excuse me? How is that not handled? Oh, and is not handled. Okay, I see. Okay. Case pipe arg and default, and we're gonna put assert saying something like unreachable. So this should not be reachable if everything is done correctly. Okay, piping command process was terminated by signal 11. Okay, that's very interesting. It didn't even do anything. Huh. Signal 11. What is a signal 11? Signal. What is it? What is it called? Oh, segmentation fault. Okay. Can we translate the signals to names? Is that a thing we can do easily? Okay. Linux C, signal to name. Signal number to name. My str signal. Okay. Str signal. Oh, there is such thing. Okay. Terminated by signal. Str signal. Okay. Did you mean? No. But why is it not available? str signal? Don't I include a string already? I think I should actually include it. Okay. So I do include string. Like, why is it not available? Excuse me. Do I have to import, like, do I have to define some special things in here? Do I have to define like POSIX and whatnot? Why is this not available? Because I import this. Okay, so maybe it doesn't matter right now. And yeah, it was terminated by, yeah, segmentation fault. That's cool. So it works, but it cannot see it. It works, but it cannot see it. I mean, it's just implicit declaration. Terminated by, and we can even put it like this. Command process was terminated by segmentation fault. Perfect. So that's exactly what I want to see here. But why do we have implicit function declaration even though I included string? This is beyond me, seriously. Does anyone know? Do we have to import anything special? str signal. Okay, Linux man pages. You have to define POSIX source. Okay, so let's define POSIX source. Do you have to define POSIX C source or just POSIX source? Or okay. So I probably have to also define it with like a particular version. Let's give it a try. This is not how we do that. I think this is how we have to do that. Didn't work. Welp. Underscore is important. Which underscore? Oh, yeah, I forgot underscore. Yeah. Welp, didn't work. It's so dumb. I'm getting really pissed off by this bullshit. Seriously, why can't I just use, and it doesn't matter. Yeah. Probably have to define it before. Okay, I have to define it before. And I probably have to even define it before I include literally anything. Yep. And on Linux it has to be different. Yep. It's fucking annoying. It's fucking annoying like that. Yes. Okay, if and def win32. Okay. It's really dumb. It's really dumb. Okay, so at least we have a segmentation fault properly here. Okay, pipe. So do I build everything with GCC? GDB in debug information. So let's actually try to do that. Okay, so maybe also can have a pedantic. Okay, and also GDB. Alright, cool. So now I can try to do GDB here. Right, and where exactly does it fail? Cool. Didn't work. So that means segfault happens in this particular place, so we know exactly where the segfault has happening. No build.h and pipe. So make pipe, not that one, just no build pipe. Just no build pipe. Alright. Cool. Excuse me. So if it's a chain, alright, I just count it, then I allocate enough memory to keep the whole array in there, then I zero it out, and only if this thing is a chain. Why? Oh, this. Why? Where did I make a mistake? So it goes outside of the range, but it shouldn't, because I allocate exactly enough memory for all of that, but it just doesn't. Oh, I know what's going on. Yes. I forgot to add this thing. Okay, that's cool. I forgot to add this thing. Okay, it did something. Excuse me. Oh shit. Wait a fucking second. So, okay, so I also forgot to wait for all of the children. Okay, so how are we gonna wait for all of that? It's a good question. Alright, we only have a wait thingy, right? What other wait things do we have? Okay, I can wait for Pete, perfect. I can wait for Pete. This is actually perfect. Satania Evil, it should be there. What are you talking about? Are you debating me? Well, I mean, yeah, you're debating me. Okay. So we need to use wait ped. Right, we need to use wait ped, but the question is wait ped. What does it accept? What are the options? What are the options of wait ped? By the options described below, it's 2L. Ah, okay. Well, yeah, I just autocomplete that amount. That's why, like, I always do it first try. What are the options? The following specific options are for use with child credit clone. They can also, since, okay, it's a Linux specific, maybe we don't really care about it. No thread or whatnot. Okay, here's the idea. We're gonna also allocate the PIDs. It's gonna be PID T, PIDs, CPIDs. And we're gonna just do literally this malloc size of PID T multiplied by command count. Right, we also allocate array with all of that, and yes. Cool. And now every time we do a fork, in fact, we're doing the following thing: cpids I, right? Cpids I, and then I. So, and that enables us later wait for each and individual child, right? So we basically clone all of the children. I'm sorry, I don't speak English. Clone all of the children, and then we just iterate through each individual one and just wait for them individually, right? So size T. All right, and then cmd's count. There we go. So what we have to use here is just this. Just this. Okay. So this is going to be cpid I. So we also want to have a status here. Initially is going to be 0. Then wait for the status. And this one should be 0 as well. So wait. And we need to replicate this entire thing as well. Okay. So status, we take the exit status. Cool. But what's interesting is that if it exited, command exited with the exit code. Oh yeah. This one is interesting. Wait. Yeah, you have to do that in a loop. Yeah, that's kind of the trick. So, and I'm starting to see a pattern that I could probably extract already. So essentially waiting for the child process to terminate. So yeah, essentially we're gonna have a function wait, maybe no build underscore private function, wait for PID, right? You're gonna accept PID here, like this, and what essentially is going to do is gonna just do that, right? It's just gonna do that. Yep. So we can just take a PID here, and that's it. And it's gonna automatically fail for you if needed. Yes. So now I can just do the following thing where I can say no build, wait for PID, cpid I, right? Right, so that's the function, and I can reuse it in other places where I need to wait for PID as well. But this is a purely Linux function, so I have to be a little bit careful. Okay, so here's the wait. Yeah, there we go. Now I can just get rid of that completely. No build, wait, wait for PID, and I can just provide the cpid of this thing, and there we go. So this is what I'm talking about when I say that I pile the code until the pattern starts to emerge, and there we go. I just extracted the pattern, and that's very convenient, right? So yeah, now we have just wait for PID, and it does the logic of waiting for PID. And, great. So maybe I want to also rename it to something else. Query replace. POSIX wait for PID, because it's not going to be available on Linux, that's for sure. It's not for Linux thing. So POSIX wait for PID. Right, it's a purely POSIX thing. Alrighty, so in here we just wait for all the children, and if one of the children dies, we're gonna crash, and we're gonna explain why exactly we crashed, and so on and so forth. Alrighty, so I forgot a semicolon. Thank you, C compiler, very cool. CPIDs, and of course CPIDs. Okay, let's take a look at the pipe. Pipe. There we go. Would you look at that? Amazing. So pipe chain echo hello, and it printed hello world. Perfect. You should write a book piping up approach to code-based design, refactoring for free. Yeah, I guess. So the next thing I want to do, I want to now change it to cat. I want to change it to cat, and I want to do in. Yeah, I'm gonna do that without in right now. Look, so let's see what's gonna happen. And it stops because it waits for the input. Right, I'm gonna kill that. So I'm gonna do in nobuild.c. So I'm using this as an input file for this chain. That's what I'm doing. And input file was not set for the pipe. Okay, logic mistake. This is actually good. Input file. Alright. What did it say? Was already set. Okay. That's very strange. Was already... Yes, the logic mistake. It has to be equal to 0. Okay, so it's the opposite. Okay, so we get an unreachable situation. I wonder why. Is that something with chain? Alright, so this is what we have here. We set everything null. So I set nulls everywhere, but then it gets to unreachable, and it shouldn't actually. It shouldn't actually get there, but it got there. So break, break, break. Everything breaks. The only way it can go there is... Well... This thing is just not properly... Oh yeah, it is not properly done. Okay, so that means here I have to do something like... Oh shit, this one is actually very interesting. Okay, that's how we're gonna do that. Oh shit, yeah, alright. Yeah, that's literally how we do that, I guess. And piping args, in the piping args, if you don't have the thing, if the count is 0, you do not allocate anything. Can you malloc with 0 memory? Oh shit. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, we can malloc some stuff, sure. But apart from that... Okay. I'm really tired, but I cannot split this task into smaller subtasks. That's the problem. Oh, it's a really big body of work that cannot be like partially done. So I cannot just stop doing this thing. So take a small break. Small break could actually help. Yeah, I think so. Tea, I already had a lot of tea today. No, I'm not gonna have another cup. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I just need to think how can I wrap up the work so I can then continue later, but it's really difficult to wrap it up like that. But yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna make a small break, like literally 2 minutes, and then we're gonna continue, and I'm gonna think how we're gonna do that. Yeah, small break, 2 minutes. All right, let's make a small break, and you guys have fun. Alrighty, we're back. Cool. So let's take a look at the problem yet again. Input file was already set for the pipe. Okay. Alright, so that means I think I know where I did a fucky-wucky. Yes. Has to be end. Has to be end. And it worked. You see? So it printed the source code of this entire thing. So this thing worked. I just put in here and it outputted it there. That's pretty pogue. So yeah, thank you, Dan. It actually took like a short break, and yeah. Thank you so much for telling me that. I need to take a break. Yeah. Okay. Now let's try to test it for the output file, right? Let's try to test it for the output file. Okay, it didn't print anything, but it should have created output file where it outputted this thing. Perfect. Yeah. This kind of stuff works, believe it or not. So the next step is to actually start piping these things together. Oh shit. Cron CR. It didn't say Unga Boonga. Okay, cool. Thank you so much for $1. I think I forgot to actually bring my Streamlabs, so let me just quickly do that. I'm pretty sure you're just testing whether I have text-to-speech for $1. No, I don't have it. So, otherwise you would have actually donated more. Thank you so much for $1 anyway. What's the biggest personal project you've ever worked on? I don't know. I don't remember. I have a lot of personal projects. I don't know which one is the biggest one. It also depends on how you measure it, right? Okay, so what I want to do here, I want to do sort n, right? So, and we want to start nothing probably. Okay. No build, pipe. Cool. So now I need to do the following thing. Int pipe fd 2. We're gonna also zero initialize all this. So we are about to start piping things together. Okay, so here's the thing. The value is at the beginning, and the input file path is provided. So the opposite of that is when you're not at the beginning, right? When you're not at the beginning, that means you should take the pipe from the previous thing. You should take the pipe from the previous thing. And this one is kind of interesting. This one is kind of interesting. So we should create a pipe. We should call the pipe but we only should do that when I is greater than 0, right? So it's gonna be pipe pipe fd, right? And if this thing is less than 0, we have to do error could not create a pipe. So I'm gonna explain why we couldn't create a pipe. I'm gonna exit with 1. Cool. So after that we created the pipe. So then in the child here we're gonna do that, right? And after that we should close both of the pipes, right? Pipe fd 0 and pipe fd 1. So we're closing both of them because in the parent they are not needed, they are only needed for the child. Okay, I think I'm gonna actually do that slightly differently. Writing a build system and see literally this like make. Yeah, I guess. It's a good way to describe that. Yeah, I actually kind of understand what my explanation in README lacks. So I'm probably gonna extend README later. Okay, if this thing is the first one and this thing is provided, input file is provided, you just do that. Otherwise, if it's not the first one, right? If it's not the first one, you're gonna try to pipe it. You're gonna try to pipe it. Here's another situation. If you are the last one, and the output is provided, you're gonna use that one, otherwise you're not gonna do that. You're the first one. You're not the first one. What's up, Programador Binario? Welcome. Or like build Zik, or if you know Zik. Yeah, I guess it's like build Zik. Maybe. Alright, so I'm just trying to make sure I didn't do any significant fucky-wucky. No hyper girls. The fuck? Banned mods? Mods? Banned. Oh yeah, it's gonna be main. So, and what essentially I have to do here... Ooh. Ooh. This one is complicated. Because that pipe thingy should kind of survive. So now you have to iterate them by pairs, essentially. That's basically a thing. What if iterating them by pairs would be easier? Yeah, it could be. It could be easier to iterate this by pairs. Ooh. But maybe not. Actually. Yeah, so and then you start this one and you have to retain. Yeah, okay, so that means you have to use one of these pipes. Yeah, the logic is very complicated, so I think I'm not gonna do the piping right now. Yeah, I'm not gonna do the piping right now. So input piping is not implemented. I'm gonna just keep the input piping is not implemented, and I'm gonna just remove this like this. So right now, if you try to pipe things around, it will say that it's not implemented. Yeah, input piping is not implemented, output piping is not implemented, everything has failed. Yes, so that's exactly what I would expect. So this logic works perfectly. So yeah. I'm gonna put it like this. So input output piping is not implemented for Linux. Is not implemented for Linux. So it's gonna be pipe C, and we can just, you know, remove this kind of thing and just put it like that, just to test things around. And this kind of thing works, right? This kind of thing works. And on top of that, here is the... It's more of a POSIX pipe, right? So this is a POSIX pipe. POSIX pipe, and we're gonna have a regular... Oh shit, this one is... Okay. Yeah, let's... Yeah, this one is a POSIX pipe. So that means it won't compile properly on Windows. I might try to do something like this. If def win32, this kind of thing is gonna just say error. Piping is not implemented on Windows at all. Right, and then we're gonna just exit with 1. Otherwise, we're gonna put it like this. And if win32, I might as well actually, yeah, we're gonna just exit, so not that big of a deal. Alright, so here's the piping example, and there we go. So how many to-dos do I have here? Pipe does not report where exactly this syntactic error has happened. Output, piping is not implemented for Linux. Okay, so that's cool. I need to, do I want to keep that? So this is a very important thing. This is a very important example. So I want to actually upload it to Gist. Main.c. Piping two commands together on POSIX. Right, and I'm gonna just put this entire thing here. And just, I didn't really want to create a secret Gist, to be fair. Make public. Alrighty. So if anyone needs that, by the way, this is how you do that, right? Right, and I just don't wanna commit that, but I want this wanna keep this as an example. I think it's generally like useful to have that here, because that's a lot of different duping and piping and whatnot, and it's just, yeah. So I'm gonna remove this stuff from here. I'll also go to the examples, and I'm gonna git ignore the pipe example. Yes. Okay, so what did we do here? What did we do? Do I need to change my changelog? So we did some deprecations, nothing special, and new functionality. Introduced pipe macro. Right, I think I'm gonna explain it a little bit like better later, right? So I'm just gonna put a reminder to the changelog for myself to explain that. But yeah, this is essentially what we're working on right now. All right. Introduce pipe macro draft. Essentially, that's what it is. It's not really finished, but it's essentially a draft. And let's create a pull request and see how it works on other platforms. All right. Introduce pipe macro draft. Close 5. Yes, and we're gonna also snitch up the rest of the to-dos. For those who doesn't know, I have a special tool called Snitch, which collects the to-dos in your source code and reports them as issues. So that's quite convenient. Append body introduced in 13. Okay, so Pipeit is not implemented on Windows at all. That's true. Does not report where exactly a syntactic error has happened. That's true. Input output Pipeit is not implemented for Linux. That's true. Okay, let's report all of that and push the things into the repo. And here they are. Here are the things. Okay, so it fails on Windows, and I think that's kind of expected, right? Because piping just crashes. Yeah, but I think piping just crashes on Windows, so... how can we circumvent that? So I'm gonna actually do the following thing. Here's the pipe example, and in the pipe example, if win32, I'm gonna just do a warn. Piping is not implemented on Windows yet, right? There's gonna be else, and then it's gonna be and if. Alright, so if I try to compile this entire thing, let's see what's gonna happen. Everything seems to be okay. Don't crash Windows. Did I make a typo? Okay, don't crash the Windows build just because pipe is not implemented. Okay. All right. So, and let's see if it's gonna work now. That's a pretty complicated feature, not gonna lie. That's a pretty complicated feature. And we're not even halfway through, right? So, because we're gonna be halfway through when we implement at least Linux support, right? Not talking about even Windows support. Linux support is also complicated, right? Because you have to like implement this algorithm. This algorithm is actually like advent of code worthy algorithm, right? Because you have to create a pipe, right? And then retain the pipe from the previous iteration so you can use the read end in the next iteration for the next child or something. And I'm not even sure how to properly do that. Maybe instead of like iterating one child at a time, I should actually iterate pairs of the children, but not really, because yeah, you still have to look at the current child child and always just use the pipe from the previous child. You still need to do this like weird algorithm to pipe everything properly. So yeah, this is a pretty interesting problem, I would say. This is a pretty interesting problem. Okay, so it didn't fix anything. So thank you very much. That's cool. This is so cool. All right, let's see what's going on. Oh, it doesn't even compile. I see. I see. So basically, 187 and no build 187. Oh yeah, wait for PID because it's a POSIX thing. Yeah. If and def win32 and if, and the same goes for POSIX thing as well. Here, if and def win32 and if, right. Exclude no build POSIX wait for PID from Windows. All right, there we go. So that should finally make the build compile, at least, hopefully. Because I want this, like, everything to be compilable. Even though something is not implemented, at least it's always compilable on both of the platforms and, you know, works to some extent on all the platforms. Yeah. So I'm just going to quickly wait for continuous integration. When it's done, I'm going to merge it and yeah. Let's see how it goes. All right. So far so good. You see any problems? But the piping functionality, if we manage to pull that off, is going to be absolutely beautiful. Okay, so on Windows it works, and let me see. What does it print on Windows? It should print just warning saying that piping is just not implemented yet. Already exist. What else? Warning message. Oh shit, in and out already defined by Microsoft. Okay, that's another thing. Warn. Yeah, piping is not implemented on Windows yet. Okay, so there's also warning that I want to put here. Define in. In and out are already taken by Win API. So let's actually put it like this: snitch report. Okay. Yeah. So that's quite important. It's a redefinition. Okay. All right. Cool. So I think we did a pretty good job today. So at least we learned how to do piping on POSIX systems, and we successfully piped two commands together, and we started implementing this like macro DSL for our build tool. But I'm already streaming for 4 hours, and it's time for me to go, boys and girls. It's time for me to go. Thanks everyone who's watching me right now. I really appreciate it. Have a good one, and I see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we're supposed to be doing game development, but I kind of want to continue doing this thing. So maybe tomorrow we're gonna continue working on the piping functionality of the build tool. Isn't that amazing? I kind of want to do that, like I want to get it done. So tomorrow we're probably going to continue doing this thing. Check out our schedule for more information on different projects we're working on. Also check out our VODs channel, where we're uploading all of our streams. This stream is going to be there, but tomorrow. And also check out our Discord server for offline discussion with the community. So, and while you're waiting for continuation of epic build tool development, let's maybe rate somebody. So we were rated several times today. So I think it's time to give back to the Twitch community and rate somebody as well. All right, thank you everyone for watching. So who do you guys suggest to raid today? Is anyone doing anything epic? Oh, Strawberry Hacker is streaming, or Pylada. Is Pylada doing programming? He's doing programming. So Pylada or Strawberry Hacker? Is anyone doing any... Okay, so Strawberry Hacker has less views, so I think it makes sense to raise Strawberry Hacker. Strawberry Hacker. Alright. Get ready for the raid, boys and girls. Get ready for the raid. And I see you all tomorrow. Love you all.